Hi everybody. We're here. It is now 2 o'clock p.m. on a Friday, and we are absolutely gonna rock our episode 100. So we're gonna go to the years 0 through 30. Technically, we are like a couple of days off from here. Don't worry about it. It's a technicality. But we're going to go ahead and start it. I think I've got everything set up, and you guys are going to have to wait for screenception here because I've got to do this thing, and then I got to go to this thing, and then, come on, where's my damn taskbar? Come on, taskbar. I swear. Then we're going to go put some music on. Nope. No. You go do cat things. And then I got to adjust the volume. Because we want it good enough to hear, but not too loud. I think that's good. Yeah. Okay, so this is it. I'm gonna go switch to my Twitch channel real quick to make sure everything is showing and live. Yes, I hear the donkeys, so that it's always a good thing. Go to my channel. Alright, so nope, we're showing live. Absolutely great. Let's go to my stream manager. Fantastic, sis. I'm so excited. I am so damn excited about this. So first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna full screen it. Absolutely. I'm also gonna get my other tablet here, but I have this thing up here that allows me to go maximum, I think 16 speed is as fast as we can go. And we're gonna start. So this is, I gotta adjust the quality is 7020 320 on the bottom, but here it is. This is episode 1, our beautiful pigeon chin cheeks, and a little bit of an boreal forest map. And here we go with the starter base. So to give you guys an idea of exactly how crazy this run was, is that when I did this, I did like 18 practice runs in the whole thing. I did like 18 practice runs. It was nuts. And you just getting the originals set out. Hi viewer. Get everything set up, getting everything put out, getting everything just done just right. And I had 18 practice runs before I'd even started this episode, and it was all with the same 3 people. I was doing it all from the save state. So this is the reason why our royalty patch, our royalty DLC is messed up, because I started this save without making a new one. So it has basically it's what Jinx does with the royalty run. That's why my royalty doesn't work. But here we are. It's our very first kill. We killed us the lynx, and we're just going in and we're just gonna do this all pretty much fast forward. There's a couple of spots I was talking about yesterday that I really want to stop and take a closer look at, like the death of my OGs, getting some of our pawns that we know and love today. But right now we're just sitting here and we're watching it. It looks like it's going to be about 10 to 15 minutes per video, so it's going to be a length. We're going to be here for a bit. I will skip some episodes and I'll fast forward it as need be, but the first couple of them, especially when we get into like digging into our tasty mount home, that's going to be a thing. Also, viewer, if you're in there, let me know if the sounds are okay. Make sure the music's not too loud. You're reading me 5x5 and you can actually see what I'm talking about. If you can, I completely understand. I'm actually going to go get my tablet so that way I can see the stream as it's going. So that may actually be a good idea, because I can't rely. Usually I can flip back and to between Streamlabs, but I can't rely on that because the way everything's worked. But I will mute that and put that up there. I just thought about it. Pause that for just a second. I don't want to miss anything, but I still want to. Just make sure that everything's showing well. I should have done that a minute ago, but it'll be okay. This episode title is It Begins Because Everything Starts From Here. I had managed to do a couple of run-throughs and really kind of like get into the nitty-gritty of what I needed to do to make sure that my people survived. I knew exactly the layout that I wanted, and actually expanded on that. But I had the ideas and I had everything worked out to, like, once the sword race was over, I was kind of flying free. But these are our 3 OGs. We got Moss, we got Sidon, and we got Azzy. And all of my run-throughs up to this point, Moss and Sidon had absolutely no problems hooking up and making the babies. That did not happen this run. That is the opposite of what occurred on this run. Did I restart it? No. I was a very good noodle. But I was so nervous. I hadn't done a stream in a while. I hadn't really sat back and, we'd restarted the Cataclysm. And that's what made me want to get back into streaming Rimworld. Because we all agreed on our new campaign, we would absolutely stream it. And there's where we named it the Empire. No, sir. You are not starting that. It's nowhere near dinner time. And it was just basically getting everybody done. Now, I had a challenge with Moss, because Moss required Smoke'em Leaf. So she came in with an addiction. So I had to make sure that we got the Smoke Leaf up pretty damn quick. And there is our very, very first raid. Lyle. And Lyle didn't last very long. He auto went down, so that's perfectly fine. And we got some of our areas put up to make sure that all of our we had a place for our dead bodies that was away from base. And I think here, Azzy did get a little bit of an infection from that very first fight, or it may have been the second one. But I had absolutely zero clue about just the challenges and the different things that I was going to be facing from doing this. I had no clue. Yeah, I'd only played up through like a couple hours, so maybe a year in my practice runs with this. So I knew how I wanted everything to lay out. I just didn't know how everything was going to go. I didn't know how everything was going to be. I was super excited. And I did not know the chaos that I would bring to this. All right, so that right there, that's where we noticed at first that very first quest went fucky. And that is because of the different save states I'd had this particular game saved in. I had a fresh load ready to go, and I clicked on the wrong one. So this is the one that has that bug in it. And the update couldn't fix it. So it was borked from day one. It was completely borked from day one. Oh. Are you kidding? I may actually have to go feed them so they don't bug me right now. Getting the fields up, getting the power up. I knew I was going to go nutrient paste, even though we weren't tunnelers, because I knew that, after the whole initial thing was over, I knew I could keep them happy on nutrient paste. But it did cost a lot, because we have to make sure that everything's just right, which is extremely hard to do right here. But everybody has the initial optimization. And also, Moss was one of the most horrible hunters I had. She would go hunt something and then run. It's one of our very first little rituals there. And that's also our very first I think those are Zodacom. Yep, those are our Zodacom brethren. Our very first trade partners were Zodacom. I have a very soft spot in my heart for Zodacom. Let's go ahead and speed this one. We have to do the speed ups every single time, guys. I know, and probably do the auto quality as well. And one of our very first big harvests too, so we're getting all of that in. I don't even have the air conditioner set yet. But there's a little bit of the research that we've got going on. And right here is where we made, I think it was Azzy that was our moral guide. And one of our very first apparel setups. So much fun. I had so much fun with this. We got our prison set up, we got our coffin cell set up, and now we're putting in floors. And you know, when you go in to do challenge runs like this, you don't really, and that's the proposal that turns up. Moss rejected the proposal. As the one and only run that I had, I think I had to break up before, but that was a broken proposal. They got over it eventually, but Moss just was not having any of it. And as he tried hardcore to get with Moss, and it just wasn't having it. You've been silent all day, and you wait until I get on stream to me. Of course you do. Hello. There's where everything was set on fire, and I didn't notice. Oh, it's so good coming back and look through here, because there's a big difference between then and now. Let me go. I've got to go feed them. If I don't feed them, they won't leave me alone. Yes, I hear you, oh anxious one that has been fed 3 times already today. Be a little old stream if my kitty's sitting talking to me. Let's have you a snack. Can't believe I'm bribing my cats with damn cat food to leave me alone while I stream. Yes, I can. I can totally get behind that. You know, we only had just a very limited amount of everything to work with. Setting up a new Rimworld is like setting up a new home on a Rimworld is one of my favorite things to do. I love the initial setup. It's so complex. It's so daring and challenging. Well, this one was a little bit challenging. And it looks like we're just getting everything set up. Excuse that yawn, I had no permission to come out. I'm not tired, I'm excited. That's our very first greenhouse right there, and that stayed for a while. And that stayed for a couple of years actually. No, it was Sidon. Sidon was our moral guide. That's right. He's the one that's wearing the cloak. Because Moss made it for her hubby. And it's right around this point. There's some more flop hat Zodacom brethren. It's right around this point that we're, we're deciding on, what and how we're going to do a lot of the things. This is still kind of like in the practice run territory, and one of our main goals is still to build a starter base, and we don't get that done for a bit. And here's a wogue. Here's a wild wogue. She's a wild woman that wandered in. I took a look at her. I wasn't sure. The ship to the stars. This is our very first quest. So right here it shows just the distance, and that hasn't changed. We've not gone to this yet, but we know where it's at. And at this point, I didn't have XL stacks either. So I thought I was going to be able to do the game without XL stacks. I was deluding myself. I was just being Delulu. Because there was no way in hell that I could have, not even for 20 people. Oh, and when we go in at it, you could see it, but oh, I just remember this episode. I was the first couple episodes, I was just so damn nervous. Let me make sure my settings are right. Yep. And I was just so nervous. So that's where we got Wogue. We finally tamed her first, and then we're about to go and put her in the prison cell, if I remember. Nope, we still got her out. I was thinking maybe that we were going to start with her being a housemaid, but I decided to change my mind on that she was going to be our colonist, because we didn't have 5 colonists yet. And we'll go over the rules and goals and stuff. We'll hit that when we first get our good blurb cards. Not the original ones that look like a kindergartner made them, but no, the ones that my bro Chacho made me. The good ones. And we'll get to those in just a minute. I'm still debating here on Wogue about what we're going to do with her. If we're going to keep her, if we're going to turn her and burn her. I just didn't know if she was going to fit in. Which actually was a kind of a big deal. We're getting the floors situated. We did give her some crafting in a chair. It's very importante that we add chairs. I've got like 32 mining things now, so I try to remember to put chairs out when they go to mining with the mining rigs, but I never do it. And we're just trucking along. I think that's the first of the other empire that I'm totally not going to betray later. Coming to say hi. And that's the deserter quest. We did not decide to go deserter off the map because I knew I wanted... Well, at the time they were Baron and Baronesses, but they've changed titles so much they're actually now Archons. And here we have the very first of our... We're getting everybody leveled up with the Empire. I've got a hypothermia tag going on because I didn't realize, how freaking cold it was getting outside. And my people got a little hurt because I just wasn't... it's only fall. I thought I had more time. But I chose this map because it was cold, because I didn't want everything to deteriorate so super fast. And just a nice little scroll out to see where we're at. I was just so damn happy. I still am very happy, but this part here, this is what made it. It's what made it so much fun. And right there, we got the bear attack. I've had a lot of attacks. Just a smidge of them. Alright, so this right here, this was fucking hilarious. So, I did not think that we could have shamblers on our base. And I thought, well, we'll just leave them out there. No biggie. We'll just leave them alone. That was the wrong thing to do, because they got eated. We had travelers come across, and right there. So they're trying to fight the shamblers off, and it did not happen. It did not happen. They all died, and I was like, "Run, Johnson! Run, McKay! Run, Sam!" And they died, and there was no way in hell I was sending my people up there to deal with that monstrosity. We got our very first ritual room coming up. I did not plan for that in the original starter base either. I didn't plan for that at all. And here we are just doing a little bit of cleanup. Yep. And here's where we got our plans. We were doing an espresso machine. And there's a tooth. So tooth was a drop. And there's Herman. And Tooth became a very beloved colony member. She was with us for a long time, and I was really debating on whether or not we were going to keep her, and we decided to. And that was a very good call. Tooth was one of the better, one of my better colonists. She was one of my better pawns. She ended up being just so superb. She also saved our ass. Here's where we went the very first time to take a look in our mods. You know, just kind of going over what mods we have. Hey, DK! I don't remember what episode we're on. I can check though. Episode 4. You haven't missed much. And I got a thing that goes like, oh, maid outfits. I adore the maid outfits. It's one of the MP music. Some of these mods I never played with before. Some of them didn't work out. Ball Pit, I'm looking at you. But some of them have been so important in our runs. Like, I don't know what I would do without my little checklist. I don't know that I could ever play another Rimworld game without my checklist, or, you know, changing the ways things look with the added on textures. It's really great. So that is Skinner. We decided that we were gonna heal Skinner up, and we're just gonna release them. There wasn't one that we didn't really want nothing to do with them at all. But we did need the ideology points because I really wanted to get my ideology up fast. I knew of all of the DLC runs that I wanted to do. I knew I wanted to get the ideology runs out first, which was probably a really big problem. Because I did not realize it had been so long since I played like a standard game of Rimworld that the ideology had just exploded. And there's where we got our Tooth, baby. So these are my 5 OGs. These are my guys that I took into for the long haul. We kept Tooth because she was an excellent miner. And little did I know she was also going to be super important, because we had one of the very first things that, you know, we had a, well, you'll see here in a couple minutes, we had a couple of toxic fallouts, like early game. Here we are picking up some extra stuff from building our espresso machine. And getting some complex furniture out, and we're looking for better places to mine and get resources. And just take our time and actually get into some little nitpickly stuff for the first time, because most of the walls have been done. More Zodacom traveling by, and then we were going to take all of our bricks over there to our wall, because that's our first line of defense. Everything else is actually, we found a fantastic map. It had just enough cover, a good enough mountain on the inside of it to turn it into our tasty mountain home. And that's the very first of our runs that we were having. Our traps, our steel traps, because that actually protected the colony up until probably right before a year. I didn't deconstruct that area until I think year 20. That stayed with us for a bit. GK, how's my sounds doing? The music's not too loud? You can hear my voice okay? And some more Zodacom. Yep, seems fine to me. Awesome. Thank you. I've got it running on my tablet as well, but I can't hear the sounds. I just wanted to make sure that it was coming across fine, because we're running these at 16 speed so we can get through them and actually watch our base grow. And I think right here, the reason I was doing the pemmican, I was wanting to go, I think we had one of our very first like little pop-ups. Oh, that's a jelly bean texting. Yes. My sister just sent me a text, and I'm like, nope, I'm not passes. Delete. I love text from my sister. Alright, so that's reconnecting the chat, GK. I should see it in just a second. If not, I'll just reload that sumbitch. But yes, I have Jerry's ringtone set to Eternal Memories from Final Fantasy II. Twitch buffering like normal though. Annoying as fuck. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sitting here and I'm watching it in double time, so mine's clear. I think we need to start looking for you a new computer, or at least a new Wi-Fi adapter. You know what? Why don't I bring you my tablet? If yours is buffered so much, would you like to watch on my tablet? Because my tablet's running like super duper speed. Just let me know. You're not going to break it, and we can set it on the little thingy so you can watch it. We just have to have it like up so you'll count as a viewer though. No, we could probably like, I don't know. I have ideas. So Azzy was our main plants guy. Moss was our hunter and one of our main researchers. That's what I was going for. I was looking at some of these guys up there. I was going to send somebody out to kind of like poke around. Do a pokey poke. Oh, Lissa. That's where we captured Lissa. So Lissa became our very first housemaid. And here, right here, this is where we're turning her. That's also where I brought up the fact that YouTube doesn't do this often for sure. Your channel isn't buffering, but I think that's cause I don't have any ads on. That's correct. I'm not monetized. And even when I do become monetized, I don't think I'm going to turn on the ad function. I think I'm just going to do like channel subscribers, I think. Oh, the ancient danger. No. That's where we went exploring. I knew it. We had went out. And that's the very first of the ones that we needed for our ideology run. Because I meant that we were going to get that done and pretty quick. So that was a pretty easy one. I just sent everybody out. They all hacked the boxes and we're just coming through and getting stuff, grabbing everything to take home. And that's Malone. So Malone was not ours to love. Malone was just here. He was one of the drifters that came by and wanted to spend some time. I thought hardcore about keeping Malone. But Malone just didn't have exactly what we needed. It wasn't exactly right. And here's also where I was trying remotely to keep my colony wealth down. Yep, and here's the second one. We went on a raid for both. That's our first Mechanitor chip. And fortunately, I did not burn it up, but it was close. It was so close. And I had to redo that because I thought I had missed out on the chip, but I didn't. So the first couple of outside runs, we went and hit an ancient complex and a Mechanitor to get the Mechanitor chip. Because I knew I wanted a Mechanitor, but I knew I didn't want one for a while. So that's one of the ones that we wanted to put in. We also got the reward for that, for keeping Malone. I think was our very first. Oh, our infinite chem reactor. It gets destroyed. I was so upset. I'm like, oh no, I'll never get another one. But right now we're just starting to install it. I added those extra wings because I didn't want to add anything else more to the interior of our starter base. Oh, yeah. Oh, I think you gotta take a look at your internet adapter because it's not supposed to look like the 90s. That's for sure. All right. Let's go and get that back up to speed. And we're here. So this is one of the episodes I think where I go and actually do a little bit of actual planning. There's our mech link. I bet we were going to protect that mech link. And this is also the first CC Lantern Festival too. I didn't realize going forward how integral the CC Lantern Festivals would be, because they brought us exceptional luck. The first couple of 100 years, first couple of 10, 15 years, it was like the riddle of steel. I need more steel, because it was we were hard pressed for building materials before we had enough surplus to actually really go out and farm it. There was a couple close calls there too. Like at some points, man, I had wooden staples out here, wooden traps, so it got a little rough there for a bit. And of course, it's always going to be a here we go. The plans are going down, baby, for our tasty mountain home. And then all we got to do is sit back and watch, because this was fucking magic. You hear me? I gotten a list. I gotten it in my head that this is exactly what I wanted to do. That's our first CC Lantern Festival. The Festivus for the rest of us. We were absolutely asked for steel. And it was a good one. And we were able to get our oracles in on that change as well, because when I first put my stuff in, I mucked it up and didn't save it correctly. So this one is the one where we did most of the adjustments on our ideology run. But this right up here, you know, this was the starter base completed. We had everything that we could ever want, other than, you know, more rooms. But that's exactly what we were doing. We had building a little bit of a hospital there. I decided to add a couple of wings, and I had plans for that one top room to be like a little emergency ER, and it did work like that for a little bit, but it didn't work out exactly how I planned it. But if you look, this has not changed. These plans that I did for the hospital wing, which became our prime base 1, our hospital bay hadn't changed at all. This layout right here is exactly what we're working with, minus the room for the autonomizers, but I did leave space for Expandos Fernandos. And I didn't know this at the time, but that big... I still don't know why I was trying to plant trees. Our base had so many trees. I don't know why I was trying to do a tree garden over there. I don't know. I thought it was a good idea. It was not a good idea. Alright, so that's my prisoner's resistance that's broken. And then we had another person just come and hang out. But there's Azzy. Azzy going and doing all the good things. And this is where Lissa broke right before we were able to make her our very first, there we go, our very first housemaid. The first of many in our housemaid brigade. And I decided to keep her, not because she was exceptionally special, but because she reminded me of a character in Deerskin, which is a Robin McKinley book. The main character's name is Lissa Lassar, and I just had to have her. So while we're digging out what eventually is our hospital wing, if I can get over there and pause it at the right time. Let's see. Yep, a little bit of a warg problem. A warg for Wogue. We did try to rescue it, but it didn't work. It did not work. We tried, but it ended up going man hunter on us. There we go. So that yellow rectangle over here to the side, I didn't realize that we were going to expand it a little bit, and then it would be half research bay and then half library. So I was, you know, when I had that, I was like, okay, I need a library. And it is in a perfect spot. It's right there toward the front. And this is somebody coming to seek aid. I think we gave them that aid. I think they needed medicine. Somebody came up and wanted fucking beer. They wanted beer from my colonists. I'm like, are you fucking nuts? I don't think it was them, though. Another part of my doom. I have no idea why I was absolutely adamant that we were going to get that done like in the first 10 years. And we didn't. That's the funny part about it. We did not clear the ideology run with all 3 relics until close to year 15. I was a little butthurt about it, but we'll get to that very shortly. Jeez. But no, here's our first Lissa. She should have all their maid outfits and everything going, and it's just so good. Oliver was coming and staying. Malone was only staying for a little bit. He was a refugee seeking help, and Oliver was part of a quest. And here we are looking for more components, because I needed components. I needed steel. I needed components. I needed all the shit. All of it. And it's so hard to find resources at the start of it. Hi, Hellraiser Pony. You haven't missed much. We're just still in the starter base, so the recap is going well. Yeah, so that emergency ER never really took off the way that I wanted to, but this right here, this is still part of my base. So when I did the plannings for that, I had an idea that I wanted everything to have its own theme, its own block, its own reason for existing. Usually when I'd done bases before, it was all kind of higgledy-piggledy. You know, it didn't have like a true rhyme or reason to it. I knew I needed my freezers next to my kitchens, but I didn't really have... Oh, that's a first really prime raid too. We'll take a look at that in a little bit slower motion, because this is one of the very first ones where I think that we're really in a bit of a spot of trouble here, because that's our shield belts. And it wasn't too bad, and it was Tox Trash that came and raided us for one of the really big first raids. So all in all, I didn't do too bad. The first runs weren't done super rough, but they get worse. Combat is one of those things that's never my forte. And here's where the little ER emergency room actually does a little bit of the work. I was thinking that they would come out of where all of the people come in, some more Flop Hat brethren there, that they would come in and that we would do just kind of like, you know, they get hurt, they go to the little emergency ER, and then we'd patch them up, and then I'd put them in a different bed. It didn't quite happen that way. And here we go for the second piece to my destruction. My staff of destruction. My stiffy. So this one wasn't too bad. I didn't have any mental breaks. And everybody got sent home okay. But I was super nervous about this one. I was super nervous about that one. And we're going into another fall, so I'm you know, noticing that I'm getting hypothermia on my people more. And I'm trying to figure out whether or not I want listed at Parka. You know, it's all this intricate stuff. I've got everybody trying to haul things. I don't have allow tool yet in this one. I didn't add allow tool until later. But when we did add it, it was a godsend. It's a fantastic mod. I recommend it for everybody on every run through. That's the warg that we tried to get for Wogue, but it went Manhunter on us, and we had to nix it. And here's that other quest, and we got a flash storm. Oh, I hated the flash storms. Early was so rough with the fire and the lightning and the flash storms. And here we go with the very first of our base defenses. We got some traps going up. And I'm just sitting there and I'm trying to keep an eye on whether or not everything's growing right. Make sure I've got all my things. Expanding zones. You know, we're working on the mountain home. There's just so much going on. I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, let's get as much of this done as we possibly can. While the thought in my head was while our wealth was low, right? It didn't matter. It did not matter in the least. I completely mucked it up. And actually trading has become a really big part of my base run, and I didn't think it would, but it absolutely is. Here's where I tried to do the little wood farm. I did not need to do that. We have so much wood on our base, and there was never enough to go. That's also an ovum for moss. We're about to get King cooking in a Baby Maker 9000. And I couldn't figure out what I was doing wrong because we hadn't researched it yet. So there we go into the research. But the ovum is fertilized, so that is actually King. That's our very first baby in this series. Now, if I had to do that over again, I would not have put the research area in with our standard stockpiles, but you live, you learn. We got a couple of meditation spots going down, and one of our very first Wicked Aria light parties. Distress signals. I knew we weren't going for those. I have a hard time going for those now. Those are nuts. Those are positively nutsoid. But I do like the little building ones. We just had to sit and wait. I don't have accelerated smoothing on any of this. None of this is accelerated smoothing. It's all base smoothing times. Next time I do that, I'll make sure smoothing's put up. I'll do like what my sister does. We'll go and we'll wreck face with it. So I think that's from one of the guys that stayed. He sent us a Power Claw and a Berserk Side Trainer that we couldn't use for a good while. There's our growth fat. Also, this is the very first time that I've ever used growth fat, so I didn't know that you really had to that you had to feed it. I thought it was just something that was just, just happened. Nope. That is not how that happens. You have to make sure they get fed. And for the first couple of bits of like starving and power, like I was completely unsure. And there we are. King's the cooking. We are starting to move some of our stockpile in there into the ER medicine fridge. Because we were rapidly running out of space. Like it was getting rough. I was sitting there, I was thinking, yeah, it'd be really nice to have an extra storage in here. It took me a while to add it in though. I was trying to keep this as, as not lightly, as lightly modded as I could. But there are just some quality of life things that we just had to have. And we ended up keeping these dromedaries for a bit. We only lost, oh, that's right, Moss got downed. I was hauling ass to save her. It was close. And this is also, is this where we go after the Muffalo and we kill a lot of the Refugee Empire guys? I don't know. I don't think that was that run, but we came awfully damn close to killing a lot of people one time. And we got the cribs and stuff and everything out for King. And we did end up putting our camels in with our greenhouse, which was also another bad idea. Don't do that. Don't put wild animals in where you're growing 99.99999% of your winter crops. It does not end well. Also, hard lessons learned. I swear I played this game before. Damn it! It just never. I had always re-rolled it. Every time I'd always re-rolled it when something went wrong, and this is the very first one that I did not. I did not re-roll it. I just kind of kept it all loosey-goosey and come on. And this is where we're going in and we're just looking at, you know, what kind of settings I have it on. We're on PB Chillax. And I was still playing on 1 speed through most of this because it's really important that you really get into the nitty gritty and see exactly what's going on with all of that. Because we had a lot going on. It's also another prisoner that I caught and released, I think. I don't think we kept them. We did convert them, but I don't think we kept them. And right here, you know, we're getting to the point where we're starting to add people. We're starting to add the baby. And here's where we have our first conversion ritual too. Sidon wasn't bad at it. He does not compare to Julian, but Sidon wasn't bad at all. He did a good job. And I think that fawn prisoner, I think that's the reason why we did cut that guy loose. Yeah, because so we can get this other prisoner here. And it's about this time that I realized that Baby Maker 9000s need food to operate. And I'm intent on that, you know, we're going to make damn sure that we have everything that we need before we move everything out of the starter base. And that still didn't happen for a bit. And there's our king. And he was born sick. Our first baby born sick scared the living shit out of me. I was sitting there watching him, and we named one of the camels Kingsguard just so that he would have a mount because it was funny. And here I am just cleaning up the edges on that a little bit. When you go in and you build stuff out, you don't think about how much of that you've got to clear because it's ore. I could have left the walls ores, but I don't like that. I like my edges smooth and pretty. And of course, you know, if you go in, you're going to look. I mean, there are some rock changes in here that still have not been fixed. But since that baby camel was born at the same time as King, I thought it was a good idea. Whoops. Yeah, there's a couple things in here that I regret. But having King that early wasn't one of them. I really did want to have our kids grow up pretty fast. I really wanted my Rim babies. And I was tired of waiting on Sidon and Azzy, Sidon and Moss to have a natural one. I'm like, come on, guys. Yeah, let's go. And there's our volcanic winter. And another raid from the Grey Bat Brexo. Which we managed to, you know, absolutely, you know, take care of them. There wasn't any problems there. The traps are totally underrated. They do a fantastic job. And here we just got a couple little hits and scrapes. Nothing too big. Also, I do like the research runs. When you first get in, the research runs are really, really, really interesting because you learn a lot of different things really fast. It makes a difference. And there's another volcanic winter on top of the volcanic winter we just went through, so I was like, no, because it was going to last like a quadrum or two. So I don't think we ever did that one. I think I was done with the environmental threats. We still haven't had that toxic fallout yet, but it's coming. Oh, it's because I was really hardcore debating on whether or not we wanted to do that. Because the rewards at the time were stellar, but we had just come out of a hard-ass winter. We almost went through all of our backup food. Putting King in the Baby Maker 9000, and I was like, nah, I don't think we can't risk it for that biscuit. We're getting into some more mining in our hospital block and just pampering a King. Again, this is where I was trying to keep our colony wealth down, and I didn't have any of my trees yet. I didn't have the first Harbinger tree. I adore Harbinger trees. I didn't know that they were quite so great, but now I'm totally a fan. And we're finally getting into the first of our hydroponics here as well, and we're cleaning up a little bit more of the base to give us more room. We were getting a lot of building quests because we were only on Phoebe Chillax like Adventure Story at this point. Zodacom is coming back for some more trade. Yeah, we maxed them out. Zodacom was our very first alliance max. And they came out to help us out a few times. Another Wicked Aria Dance Festivus for the rest of us. And that looks to be another decent raid with Thrumbos on top of it. So we weren't doing bad. We weren't doing bad. Everybody had their main needs built up, but I was still, looking out. We needed somebody that was great at smithing for our very first Mechanator, because I didn't want to start the Mechanator just yet because I knew I had no way to take care of the waste packs, and even one Mechanator makes an absolute mess. And I really didn't want toxic fallout on my base either. And here we're adding, this is where we're adding the barn because they were eating all my damn crops. I was like, we got to get him out of there. We got to get him out of there. They're eating all my shit. This is our very first panel. This is my attempt at our goals and rules. It is horrible, but I was very proud of it. But we'll actually talk about that when we get the very first one that's like up and running. Let's do that. Get us our fasty forwardies back. And this one episode is called Toxic Mess, so I know this is where we get our cold slap. Cold snap again. And I was sitting there like, no, I just put my damn plants down. One volcanic winter and then a cold snap? Are you kidding me? So we just let that one expire. I'm still trying to plant trees over there, but it's just not, it's not doing right. And there's one of our very first breaks. I was like, you guys leave her there for a minute. Moss went and grabbed her. I'm like, you are way better than I am, chick. I would have let her sit there and bleed out for a little bit longer. But I was adamant. I wanted that area to be a tree farm for some reason when we have all of these delicious trees that are growing constantly outside the base. I didn't stop and think too hard about that, and I really needed to think about it more. But Lissa turned out to be one of the better colonists. She was actually a really good colonist. And I still see I have my infinite chem reactor, so that means Moss hasn't gone on her wild breaky spree. I didn't notice it in time to notice that she was going to go over there and get my damn, until it was like, it was almost broken. I was like, oh no. And here's where we got the prison. I'm not sure if this is where I go over. I actually had a printout of what that area was supposed to look at, but in further episodes we just went to my planning world and grabbed and yoinked the plans, because I did have more planning. I just didn't know that I could copy them and move them from different saves yet, which, if you don't know, you can make plans and copy them and save them from different file states. It's so good. It's so good. And here we're starting to get like a lot of movement around the base. It's no longer just centered on our starter base. It is absolutely, it's running out and about. We're doing all kinds of things. So that's the thing. We're getting this stuff done. It's just I don't have the manpower to do a whole lot, and I'm about to lose a lot of my manpower too. It doesn't take me long to fuck it up. But we fix it and we learn from it. Did a lot of learning in this game. When you go in and you play and you're just playing for fun, it's so easy to re-roll something that goes bad. It's so ridiculously easy. They make it stupid easy to go in there and re-roll it and just do. And I did accept this one, and it landed in a perfect spot. Because it's right there up top. It's easily defendable. Azzy went down, but other than that, I think we ran him off pretty quick. Poor Azzy. He was my melee frontliner, and I definitely used him for that. That's for damn sure. And here we are again with the low food warning. I'm like, you guys got to do something. And we were scavenging meals from the guys that had dropped meals, and out there getting berries and more food and hunting everything that was on the map. And we didn't have a whole lot on the map to begin with, other than caribou. And me and caribou ain't a good match. I still to this day don't know how royal tribute collectors work. I have no fucking clue. I don't know how they work. And there's the toxic fallout. And I was like, oh my God, you've got to be kidding me. My crops. And we're sitting there. We had just had the low food. And I'm like, you son of a bitch. And I'm sitting there. Okay, I'm planning it out. I'm in my head. I'm like, okay, let's get them cover. Let's make sure everybody's fine. And I mean, it was close. And it just dropped. And I'm like, oh no. Oh no. I was like, no. Please, no. Oh. And I was just absolutely floored. And I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Please tell me this is a bad joke. And it wasn't. It wasn't. And it's not the only toxic fallout we've had either, but this was the scariest one. I lost all of my psychoid plants for all my tea. Because Tooth has to have, or had to have psychic tea to survive. So I mean, we were really pushing that to do, and then we had the winter, then we had the volcanic winter, and then just shit was that I could not grow enough stuff. I could not grow enough stuff. And I tried. And it's around here that I realized that Tooth can go out and about. She's the only one that can go out and about because she's a waster. So none of the toxic fallout will affect her. So that was really good to know. I had never actually looked into and played with all the different kind of xenotypes. I knew that they were in the game, but I hadn't had a chance to actually go in and be like, okay, so this is how they work. This is what they do. This was why I was so surprised when we got Yulian. I did not realize that HouseMaids were so finicky and wonderful. I had no clue. This challenge alone has brought me a shit ton of joy and happiness. Just to let you guys know, this has been one of the best games of Rimworld that I've played. And here I am. I did the CC Lantern Festival and I forgot to flag them outside, so they were just kind of running in the hallways going like, well, what the fuck am I supposed to do? I learned. It gets better. It does get better. And not just the buildings. It does get a little bit better. I'm sitting there and I'm hearing every single one of those donks of plants dying, and I'm like, Tooth, get out there, and there's a blood crash. So I don't think I accepted it. I think I was a little bit afraid. Oh, here it is. So here's where we get into my bro Chacho made these bird parts for me, and I'll be eternally grateful. Because this has my title front and center. It's got the classic Rimworld background. And it is our 100-year lightly modded Rimworld colony. Did I do the rules and goals or just the... There it is. Alright, so this is a good time to stop and look at our goals. Because these goals have not changed. We're still doing it, baby. It's our very first blurb card, so we're going to take a minute to just look at it. So our goals are survive and thrive 100 years. 12th of April, May 5600. That is our golden day. It's our golden time. That is our pinnacle of achievement. That is what I'm after. Utilize 95.5% of the map. That is actually the bigger challenge. Surviving and thriving 100 years. If I put this on autoplay, I put it on fast forward, my colonists will take care of themselves. I can put it on no threats, and we just watch the timer clock down. That's not the game I want to play. I want to play the game. I want to play as much of the game as I can without ending the series prematurely. So that means the Archon Nexus is out, Planet Killers are out, and I think those are the only two that are like hard stop, your game ends. But the utilize 95.5% of the map, that's the bigger one. Because I can't just have open fields where animals roam. I have to have a reason and purpose for it. And a room is not complete until it's got floors and decor, baby. One of each title. Count and Countess. That is now Archon. I will update those eventually. Sangouphage. I came so close to having a Sangouphage super early. But it just didn't work out. We were watching one. And they were going to leave before their genes regrew. And I did not want to kill them because that would have been a dick move. But I'm not an asshole. A little bit of a turd monkey, but not an asshole. Mechanitors. I only wanted one battle and one domestic. I knew I wanted those delineated. I knew I wanted them separate. And I do, at this point in time, I have one Mechanator chip. Ideology, leader, moral guide, and specialist. So even then, I did not want to get into specialist so early. That'll be something toward our later game. Rules, baby. We got them. 0 saves coming. So that means no saves coming at all. I had to do that on episode 1, but I was checking to see whether or not that Empire quest was messed up, and it was. And that bug has followed us all the way through. So the Empire quests, the royalty ending quests are totally bugged. That's okay. We got dev mode just to fix it, but other than that, I haven't save scummed at all. Not once. Never. So everything that's happened, it's happened to me because I've been a dumbass. I still can wait for new arrivals. Absolutely. That's part of 1.5. And we will if we got to. I hope we don't have to, but we will. I can modify overhead mountain tile under natural mountain only. That means I can make my tasty mountain home a tasty mountain home, not a piece of Swiss cheese. I did make it a tasty mountain home, and it still became a piece of Swiss cheese, and I don't know why. So we went back and we've done it, and we'll probably do it again. That's something that we just have to look out for. Every colonist, prisoner, housemaid must be converted to the Three Sisters faith, baby. And we're actually doing that pretty well. There's a couple of them I let slide through the cracks, but they were not mine to love and care for. Everybody else totally gets recruited. It doesn't matter if we're releasing them or not. They say in mine that they're mine. I captured them. And they're not part of a quest. They're mine. They're not staying for a little bit and have to leave. They're mine. Oh, we're turning them, baby. I can only recruit 7 pawns total. So at this moment, I never ever imagined that I would lose my 3 OGs. I never thought for a minute that I could play this game bad enough that I would lose my original 3. Because I've never lost my original 3, but that is because I save scummed the fuck out of my previous games. It looks like my babies were about to die. Reroll that shit. This time I could not do that, and I did not realize that that was the hinge. That was the turning point. When I realized that my guys were gone, I killed them by destroying a door. We'll watch that part. When I realized that that is what I did to my OG colonists, I lost my shit. I almost alt-tabbed out of there. I'm like, oh no, my computer has frozen and I can't. No, I did not do that. I kept to the rule. But now that's 10 because I did eventually lose my 3 OGs. All other colonists must be born or created. That's correct. So we have created babies and we have born babies. I did a few giggles. I know you did. I know because I walked out of my room and I could hear you giggling still. I'm like, I broke the door, didn't I? He said, yeah, he broke the door. Oh. So I'm still looking for some raiders will eventually come with babies. They will be pregnant. I'm still looking for those raiders. Not as hard as I used to, but I am still looking out for them. They're very rare. And then that's my baby. If it's on my map and they are pregnant, I'm going to take them. That baby is born on my map. That is my baby. And then we'll deal with what we're going to do with the baby mama later. Housemaids, however, don't count for that total. So they're not mine to love. They're just here for us to use and abuse. I definitely do that. Any random join after the 10th colonist limit must be banished. I did not know because I never played with the banished mechanic, but when you banish them, they leave. They never come back. One faction on site, no mercy. I'll leave that for the future. Then we'll come back to that. Housemaid ratio cannot exceed 1 to 5 colonists, which is absolutely correct. Easy infestation. This one I'm breaking. This is the one I've decided I'm going to break. I still have 20 years until I have to say that's official. But we're not moving that one. And then Tattered Apparel is an Unforgivable set. And we'll look at the artwork on one of the next runs. But we're going to go ahead and put that here. Now, I've got to step away for a quick streamer break. So enjoy the music. I will be right back because I want to talk about this toxic fallout. Because it was a pain in my rumpus. So we got into this and I'd set up all the walls and everything. So the reason why that toxic fallout was such a pain in my ass, it stopped. Like the second we got on the map from going away and coming back to the next episode, it cleared up like magic. So I had to take the whole damn thing down. Almost forgot to take the roofs down. Almost killed somebody again. That's a thing. That's a literal thing. And here's where we're starting to get, the walls are being polished. Who was that? I don't think we kept them. They don't look familiar to me. Bugix. Nope, no, nope. We release Bugix. We sit there, we turn them, and then we let them go. And I just demolished the walls from that. And I was sitting there and I'm like, because you never get all of your materials back when you deconstruct something. You're always running a loss. Always. But Moss and King here, once they decided that they were going to get married and they're there, they never do break up until I kill them. And, oops. But that's actually coming up really soon. I should be in the next episode or two. But here I'm just la 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 la, you know. I have no idea what I'm going to do to my colonists yet, and I have all of the everything in the world. All of the optimism. I'm like, hell yeah, this is going great. Not knowing what my dumbass would do, but it's growing. It's building. We've got the power going down. We got the freezer up and operational. It's closed. Everybody's going around in the different areas and they're coming in the base the way they're supposed to. It is a bit of a track. Oh, another Wicked Aria Jam Fest. And I love the fact that I named all of our ideology stuff is named after me and my sisters, because I really did want to have an ideology that was centered around my family. One, it's fucking hilarious, and two, it's just what came to mind. I was sitting there, and there's one video that's setting up for this where I'm deciding whether or not I'm going to do the series at all or not. And I'm trying to get the ideas. So there's that one where I'm getting into Rimworld. I'm using OBS, and I actually record like an episode style. And I realized that's going to be too complicated. I don't have the skill set to produce this in episodic form. I enjoy, and I do submit, I do present them as episodes. I don't present them as VODs. I always put episode numbers in front of everything. I do present them as episodes. But they are like straight VODs, so. Oh, and these were guys who were trying to do a psychic ritual to steal my people. I was like, fuck, no, you're not. you get back here, you little shit. And it's also when I realized that the anomaly content does not need to be activated. If you have the DSL on, it doesn't have to be activated. But to go back to my sisters, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, I really wanted something very personal. And up until the point where I decided that, fuck it, I'm going to do it, I was debating hardcore about whether or not I would actually go and do the series. I knew I had missed streaming, but I hadn't been in it for a bit. I knew that I'd have to basically start my channel over from scratch, which is exactly what I had to do. You know, I had a couple of subscribers from before. This is where I think I poked the thrombos and get half of the damn people over here killed. Yep. So I just hit him and I run for cover, and then I realized, oh shit, they're dying. I'm like, oh no. Sorry guys. I did give it a good try to rescue him, but I failed. I thought they'd be a little bit more buffier than that, but not early game. They can't really handle thrombos well. So, and it's just getting everything set up, getting everything just right, making sure that I've got my zones on, making sure the roofs are on or off. Those greenhouses, they require you to remove the roofs or to turn off the heat. And of course, I forgot to do that like 6 or 7 times. Did I think to put a note up there in my nifty little clipboard thing to show me exactly what my checklist? No, I did not remember to do that. But this is also where we're getting the first of the dining rooms done. And then I did not like it. I get it in. I think I want like a little cafe look, and I decide, no, that's not exactly what I want. So we do a little bit of building before I realize that's not what I want. And as far as production and the other stuff that I'm working on, you know, I'm starting to smooth everything out for the actual bedrooms. Build room furniture, smooth bedrooms, an arm for Tooth, an eye for Azzy, and nose for Moss. So by this point, I'd messed up my people quite a bit. And I also know we're getting about to where I killed them all. So there's that too, because King's up. He's so adorable. So I've got him set to the inside. I don't even have him have any outside time. But I forgot to build his schoolhouse as well. So he lost out on a little bit of learning, like when he first popped out. We've got the cells going down. Looks like we got, I don't know what went on there. A manhunter probably. And I did try to keep a steady supply of hemogen, because I definitely wanted to make sure that I had a way of stopping bleeding when I could. That's why I was so interested in getting a Sangouphage so early, because they don't have the byproduct of the Mechanitors, but they do require blood. So I was trying to go ahead and get everything kind of, you know, blood for emergency blood transfusions, and if I got lucky enough to get a Sangouphage. But you know, building stuff takes time in this game. It takes time, it takes resources, it takes manpower. And right here is where I'm starting to realize that for the big projects like I'm trying to do, I don't have enough manpower. I don't have nearly enough manpower. And yeah, I start to look for more efficient ways to do a couple of things. You know, I'm trying to put the arts and the meditation tables all together. You know, I'm trying to watch my build orders to make sure that everybody had time to go down there and start smoothing stuff out. And that did take quite a while. I've still got Lissa doing mainly building bricks. The one saving grace I could say is that I don't have a cook in any of these runs. I don't have a cook. So we were using nutrient paste from like day one, and we're still using nutrient paste. I don't think I'll ever take the dispensers down. And that's one of the crash ships. I'm also trying to figure out right here, because Tooth is going down. Her needs are going down, and I'm realizing that there's John. Here's where we add John. John was actually a really good pawn too. He didn't compare to any of our natural born babies, but John was legit. And we're taking time and just turning and burning. Like I have so much going on right now, and I've only got the 5 working colonists, and we're right in the middle of getting John to be converted. And here's where we add the processualizing to our ideology. I still can't say it right. I've listened to Google Translate tell me exactly how to say that. Processualizing. It's one word I cannot pronounce. I just can't do it. All right, and so we moved John because he was getting hypothermia, and I was almost killing him. So we moved him down to a proper bed, to one, make sure he didn't die, and 2, to make sure that everything was going to go okay with his transition, because I really wanted John. It's also about the time where we're in our Cataclysm game that I had to come up with names for 2 of the guards that I had originally planned to be fodder, and they weren't. So the only thing I think of, because I just got finished playing this episode, was Frank and John. So our John that's in our Cataclysm game was named after this John here in... Oh, this Hemlock! I was so upset. Like, I didn't really want to keep him. Oh, and that's where we all got the flu. And I decided to let Hemlock join because I didn't have any medics that were up that weren't sick. And I was like, come on, Hemlock, just come on in here and we'll worry about getting you later. And we never did. I never did convert Hemlock. Because I was debating. I was like, we're not staying. Hey, you and your funky little arm can get... You can go, you help us with this. And then we had a raid on top of all of my people being sick. So I'm like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. So I was sitting there and I was trying to make sure that we had enough cover. They gave us just a little bit of time to prepare, but oh man. Talk about nerves. We had mental breaks going on everywhere. There's a Zert. The Zerts love that kitchen. That's why I've got a million foam poppers in there now. It's one of the only place in our mountain home that'll get Zerts so far, and it's always been the kitchen. And here's where everybody starts to get a little bit better, and I start feeling a little bit more secure again. I'm like, okay, you know, we managed not to do. And at the time I did have Sidon who could do the preach health, so that absolutely helped a lot. We got damn close to losing. King was sick for a very long time, and we got damn close to losing Azzy on that run. It got close to get like in the upper 90s, and I'm just sitting there, I'm going, please don't die. Please don't die. Please don't die. And then we've got Hemlock, who came in an orange jumpsuit. So, the game's got my number. And then, they had the wiggly arm, and that's where Azzy, started to follow too. And I'm just sitting there and I'm trying to make sure that we've done all the things that we need to do. Excuse you. Where is my nibbling? I'm not even going to say your name. I'm not even going to give you the time, but Cat, I just fed you less than an hour ago. I'm not feeding you. I'm not feeding you again. All right, we're going to block, and then we're going to report. Spam, scam, bots are tampering. Next. Spam. Oh, he's a bot. Next. Dropped a link and ran. Submit reports. I still don't get why they're coming into my little 1 or 2 streamer streams and trying to do things. I don't know why they do that. So we're completing monuments. We're getting everything set up and ready to go. And we're heading toward the last of... There's another wicked dance festival. We're getting toward the last of everything. To go through and to get my staff of destruction. And I am terrified. But I'm also pretty confident. I'm really confident about it because I'm like, there's no way that can be that bad, There's no way. And this is the little bit where this is one of my favorite lines in the whole series so far. Is I'm sitting there and I'm talking about DoorDash, and I'd ordered food, and I'm like, and then there's baking that comes on the map, and see, that's the veneration of the 3 sisters. That's the last tag on my thing. And there's poor Hemlock. He's out there waggling their little waggle arm. Hemlock was a girl. And that's, oh, here it is. So it only took me 9 episodes to kill my OGs. All right, here I am thinking, so we're just going to go ahead and we're going to, is it 16, right? Yeah. So we're going to get to that point. Then I'm going to put it on normal speed and we're going to watch the death of my 3 OGs again, because it's worth a rewatch. And I think we have Spike Core because at this point, somebody's not done. And I decided we were going to go take another look at the mod list real quick. The internet had just dropped and somebody asked me what the mods are. I don't know why my exclamation mods isn't working. I will fix it, I promise. Just give me some time. But here's where we're going through like all the different mods. And some of these I don't even use, like the slave outfits. They didn't work the way that I wanted them to. I actually did take out the HATH retexture female apparel. I took all those out because I didn't realize that they required you to have the alien race mod to actually work. That's even before we added a lot of the stuff that we did add. I did go in and add some extra mods. Most notably, the atomizers, some more decor mods, the Unagi Cafe, allow tool, and something else I added. So our mod count list is like in the low 50s. So like I said, it is still lightly modded. I've seen some mod lists that were insane. Here's King with his little Trumbo plushie. Little did I know I was about to wreck his entire life. Oh boy. And here's where we're actually starting to get stuff settled in. We're moving the bedrooms down. We've got the floors in. I'm just waiting on us to have more pemmican done. And then I'm sending my people out. And any of the other times where I'd gone through and I played the royalty endings, it was always super easy. But I hadn't played it in a while, or at least for technical runs, I hadn't played it in a while. So it's one of those where it was like, come on guys, it can't be possibly be that hard. Let me make sure my quality's back up. Sometimes it'll drop quality for no reason whatsoever. I don't know why. So here we are, and we're finally getting the hallways in, we're getting the floors in, we're getting the beds installed. And I'm just waiting on that pemmican count to come up. In my head, going into this quest, I absolutely thought that this would be a cakewalk. I was a little nervous about sending my people out, but I always am. But I was like, we go in, we touch the thing, we kill the people, we leave. It's always been that simple before. It's not now. And I don't want to speed it up because this is the last couple of seconds for my colonists are all together, and I don't want to muck it up. There's so many things that if I could go back and just redo these couple of minutes, if I could just redo this little bit of episode, I would have done it differently. But that's hindsight. And at the moment here, I'm like, well, I'm a little freaking out about it but I'm super excited because it's the last part we need before I can go get my stiffy. I'm just like super pumped. I'm getting everything ready. I'm double, triple, quadruple checking. And that's Bella Rose, and here we go. So we're getting our caravan set up for doom. We're sending them to die, and I just didn't know it. I just did not know it. So I set them to work. I set them to go, and they work all night long, getting ready, and then there they go. That's the last time they're on my base, guys. We got Tooth, Wogue, John, King, and Lissa. They all stayed. We sent Moss, Sidon, Azzy, and Hemlock. And I think I make one stop before we get there. I think I go down and I take out that that one post. And I actually kill Hemlock there, if I'm remembering this correctly. So we're there, we're going through, and I'm thinking, you know, this is all gravy, we got this. And then it starts. Moss goes down, or as he goes down, then Hemlock goes down, and I'm pulling Moss and everybody back, and they finally run, and Hemlock is just on the brink of death. So I'm sitting there and I'm watching, and I'm like, okay, we're just gonna let him die. And I was talking to him the entire time. I'm like, don't worry, man, we got you. Don't feel bad. We're gonna mark you deathless. And we raised him up, and we got him back, and now we're going for the final part of my staff. And I should have ended it here. When stuff went bad, I should have sent everybody home, healed Hemlock up, and tried again later. But I did not do that. There's so many things I would have done differently. Alright, so here we are. So we made it to here. So let's go ahead and let's put this down at like 10. And I'll go down a little bit slower. So everybody's already busted, right? So here we go. I get him in. Stop, kitty. I'm not feeding you again. Nope. So Hemlock goes down, and then Sidon goes down. Then Moss goes down. Azzy, Sidon, and Moss are down. The only one that's left is Azzy, and then he goes down too. And I'm like, oh no. So I'm going to actually turn the volume up on this. Let's get it to... Oh, can I not do... Oh, because it goes down by 4. I think 6 speed is the slowest I can go on this. Unless I close that out and I don't know how to redo it. So I'm sitting there. I'm trying to get everybody in. And I close the door. That's the smartest thing I do. This entire time, I close the door and I lock it. Sidon is dead. He's done. He's gone. But here come the backup raids. Now, at this point right here, I should have let my people heal up. And I should let the other people destroy the base. But that is not what I do. No. I'm sitting there and I'm hollering for people to get up. I'm like, come on, get up. Here's where I fuck up. So I kill the guy in the doorway. All right. And I try to get him out of the doorway. I tend Hemlock, and then I'm trying to kill the guy and move him. But I broke the damn door in the process. There is no longer a door there. I send Hemlock up. I'm thinking, okay. And then I put him in here. And that's when I realize I fucked up. I fucked up so bad. I don't think, hey, I can break, I can go out there. I can move stuff. I can break stuff around. I don't think that. So they take Hemlock. They take Azzy. And that's it. Caravan lost. In this video, I am like, I am so damn quiet. And then to get a raid on top of losing everybody, I just had it. I just had it. I literally had to stop and walk away for a couple minutes. I was so done. And it's all because any other time that would have happened, I would have absolutely had re-rolled all of that. But I couldn't. It was against this colony's rules, and I didn't want to break that one rule. I was kind of like, I didn't want to break it. So I get my people, I get them in, I get them hunkered down, and I think about Belrose, and I'm thinking about, where in the world I could send them, what I could do, You know, I technically completed the part of the quest to get my staff of destruction, but by this point, you know, everybody was breaking. King was upset. John was upset. The only person that didn't have a problem with it was Woe. And I was like, I gotta walk away. I was so infuriated at myself. Oh, let me go ahead and move that back some. I was so infuriated with myself that I just could not deal. I could not deal. So here we are. We're trying to make sure that everybody's got all their stuff. Alyssa tried to do a slave escape, and I'm like, no, you know what? Just stay there. And the base is trash. Everything's gross and disgusting. I don't have any way of building up my base anymore because everybody's just trying to survive. And I'm looking at Bella Rose, and I'm like, and then the fires. That's right. The dry thunderstorms just completely decimate the crops, and I have to pull my people back. I'm like, you know what? And I looked at Phoebe Chillax, and I'm like, okay, did I fuck up somewhere? Have I accidentally changed the difficulty? You know, and it was so bad. So the whole reason why I didn't keep Bella Rose was like, she just wasn't a good fit at all. I didn't want to release her until we had cleared her up. I was trying to figure out who in the world to make my next moral guide. So I'm like, what do I do? And I decided on Wogue. That's where Wogue became our next moral guide. And I hated to chunk Bella Rose, but she did not have any of the skills that I absolutely needed. I positively needed somebody that could do other things, and I couldn't get anybody. Yeah, I'm sitting there. I'm racking my brain a million bits a second, and then I get the plague. On top of everything else, I just lost my colonist. I'm trying to make sure nobody has like mental breaks galore, and then I got people that got the plague. I'm like, I almost rage quit this colony. I'm like, I have had it. And then I started thinking about it. I'm like, no. You can recover from this. It's okay. We can work from this. But it took a lot. So, right here is where we're imprisoning Alyssa. She's no longer my housemaid. I have her. She's going to become a colonist. I am positively done with the shenanigans. I'm like, okay, so let's get Alyssa. Let's get her built up. Let's turn her into a colonist. And then I just released Bella Rose. And there's a Rumbaya. Also, I tried to save the kid. That was the kid. I went out there to try to capture them, and I accidentally killed them. And there's a Chantrol, and I think they were a pyromaniac, so we didn't even try to rescue them. And we're just waiting on Lissa to finish her turn and burn. And then we're just trying to survive. I'm hopping all over the place, trying to min max as much as I possibly can, because we're waiting on Wogue isn't the best, and then we get another wandering vagabond, Zono, and Zono doesn't stay for very long. I think because he's the one that kept fighting with Wogue and Tooth, and I decided I couldn't let him stay. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, okay, everything's on fire. What the fuck am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do about all of this? Everything's on fire. Everything is literally on fire. There's another one of our CC rituals. I'm like, bring me people. Bring me people. Don't let my people go insane. I need people. And steel. But ooh, I can remember. I am still salty about that. It's been a damn year ago, and I'm still salty about that. I'm sitting there and I'm going and I'm looking and I'm like, I cannot believe I did that bullshit. And there's a satisfying crunching sound on that. And I'll have to go and look and see what my settings are for the speed modifiers, because There's a couple of them that I really need. When we lose Wogue, I'm absolutely going to pause that, and we're going to put on my original voice for that, and we'll just listen, because I was so pissed. And it wasn't that I was pissed at my colonists. I was pissed that I put them in that position. Just like there, I didn't realize that they sent people out so quick. I'm used to them taking like a 3 days. They had backup coming within 6 hours. And I just completely overestimated my skills and underestimated the challenge, because the ideology had changed, and I just did not know how much it had changed, because we still have one more bit to do. We still have one more challenge before my staff is unlocked, and yeah. So I'm sitting here, I'm just getting everything revamped. I'm trying to use everything that we've got. There's a volcanic winter that I say fuck no to. Yeah, I was not having it. I was donezo. I was completely toast by this point. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, I can do this. But in my head, I'm going like, can you really? And I'm like, yeah, I can. I had a big moment of self-doubt there, where I was like really worried that because if I couldn't do the ideology run, what the fuck was I going to do when I got into the royalty endings and such? You know, what was I actually going to do when stuff started getting really complex and hard? And I have an answer to that now. I know what I did to make it a little bit easier for me, but at this moment, we're just playing on regular Adventure Story. I have not tweaked any of the values at all. So this is the natural progression on Adventure Story. And that's insane to me. Like, I should have come in and adjusted it from the rip. I knew I wanted to adjust it before year 12 because of the progress slider. I knew that it would only go up to like year 25, and I wanted to make sure that we hit that slider before then. What happened to Tooth there? Oh, the social fighting. Yeah, this is when the social fighting starts like really hardcore, when we get Lissa and John in here. That's when the social fights really start to kick off. It's also where we're thinking about another Wicked Aria Dancing Festival, because everybody needed a break. I've also got to plug in my tablet. Hold on a moment, I shall return. I'm just gonna go grab and plug in my tablet. No, I'm not feeding you again. You're not getting any more food until it's time for supper. I just fed you a can less than an hour ago. And I'm not doing it again, buddy. You can wait. And I do have a habit every other episode or so. I do like to go over the rules and goals again, because I never know who's going to be watching for the first time. Not to mention, Radamant does it every episode. And that's where I got it from. The best form of flattery is imitation. So if he does it, I can do it too. But I only do it like every other episode, because sometimes like I'm so tired from work that I just want to come home, get my fun in, and pass the fuck out so I can go to bed. One of these days, I will be a full-time content creator, making silly things on the internet and getting paid for it, so I don't have to work a regular 9-to-5 job. But that time is not now. It may not be ever, but I live in hope. And if it never does, the best part about this is I'm having fun. That's the most important thing. And some of the best quest rewards that I've been getting have been from me, like building the monuments. And I'm still intent on having that damn tree farm. Don't ask me why I was so insistent upon it, but I was. And there's chickens. I missed chickens like the first year, and then I couldn't find any for years. I should have grabbed them when I had the chance to. Again, it's things like this. You don't really you don't really think about it until you're going back over and you're looking at it again. And you're like, okay, well, you know, that's what I could have done differently. Or this is exactly what I am going to do differently. And that's our little Zolo leaving us. Yeah, he like almost killed Tooth. I was pissed. I couldn't wait for that dick to get off my map. I should have killed him. It's what I should have done, but he was part of a quest and I didn't want to lose out on the quest rewards. You know, King's coming up. I'm not really getting as many chances for him to learn as I wanted to, because I do have his schoolhouse down, but I don't really have everybody that's set to, you know, they stop doing everything and go and train the boy. So it was a hit or miss the first couple of years with him, and he wasn't at 3 when we went and done stuff. So there's Woe going out there and getting some hunting in, which we desperately needed. And right now I'm starting to think about, you know, moving everybody down to that other building, but I still don't have enough people and it's still very dark. I'm also still not sure about, you know, whether or not the easy infestation is going to work right, you know, because we haven't had our first infestation yet, but I know what's coming. And here's where I do start like putting everybody in different bedrooms, you know, making sure that they got floors and art and decor. And here's that first grow mode because he only has two tabs. So I was a little upset about that, but then I realized, you know, his parents had died. You know, everybody that he'd grown up with had died except for Tooth and Wogue. And at the time, Lissa was a housemaid, so he wasn't very close to her at all. So it was an understandable. I can understand why he only had the 2. It made sense. And there's a distress signal, but see, that's another distress signal from the Pokinoke. We don't know much about the Pokinoke yet, but they're going to come in, they're going to be a very driving force in our series coming up. They know what they did. And we're about to rewatch it too. I may have to do some value tweaking on my speedy. Also, if you guys haven't noticed, this is all original Rimworld soundtrack playing in the background. I've got it on another tab. What do we got over here? Silver. This is where we get silver. His original name is Silverware, and I'm like, yeah, I won't call him that. We're gonna name him after VG's character. That's what we're going to do, and that's exactly what we did. And here we are. We're giving him like lots of blood, lots of fluids, because it's not a bad pawn. He's got some really good stuff. And I'm just sitting there watching that infection to see if we need to amputate or give him a peg leg. And we did have to give him a peg leg because that infection was not going down. It was super high there for a while. And I decided to go ahead and remove the leg. We don't want our housemaids running anyway. The good old days before I had clean sweepers, where I had to have everybody manually clean. I don't miss those days. I definitely don't miss those days. Yep, and there goes more people off our map. And John here had a really good mental break there for a while. He was very sick. He was the one that had the plague and never got above to where I was, comfortable. But I did have Woe go over there and tend him. And I'm sitting there and I'm looking. I'm trying to make sure that we have enough to barter for like literal medicine and other meds. Because at this moment, if I had lost John, I probably would have given up. I'm starting to feel a little bit better. We've got Silver in there being turned. King's growing up. He'll be an adult in another quadrum or so I think. I didn't realize how long it actually took for kids to grow up. It takes about a year in game for them to get from a baby to a working adult. So from 0 to 13, it takes about a year. An in-game year. Velcro, I don't care if you're looking at me all cute. I'm not feeding you again until it's time for food, buddy. You're going to get fat. And I do have crunchies out in my van because I'm out in my car because I am not going to buy you guys nothing else. Today, we're not buying anything today. I don't know if you guys got the memo, but that's what my sister told me. So, and I absolutely believe everything my sister tells me. So when she says we're not doing something today, we're not doing something. It also means that supper is probably going to be ramen with a lot of leftover goodies. That sounds great. I love ramen nights. Here, this is where I'm getting the HouseMaid zone squared away. I already had one. And here we go. So Silver is now ours. And I don't think I changed their name. Not for a minute or two. I think I got the thing of silverware and underwear, and I was like, no, we're going to change that. And we do. And we're only in year 3 here, going into year 4. So it's episode 9, 19, and then we've had a pretty good run. But the one where we lost Lady, that one was rough. Yep, that's where we changed our name to Silver. And another dance party. That was a fun one. We do have a lot of fun dance parties with Wicked Aria's one. Mine, I don't add my Fire Flame ceremony till much later. Well, we basically with everybody being so with us being to 4, 5 and a housemaid, I'm just sitting there and we're doing well on food for the moment, but that's because I've only got 5 colonists again. And so I'm sitting there and I'm just waiting for more opportunities to add people, but I don't want to just add people willy-nilly. I really want to try to get some of the best people that I can. And that takes a bit. That guy we only kept for a couple of hours. That's when I realized that the conversion rule will not count. Booker, you got a bit, bud. Yeah, I know. Get. Krutos. So this is where I realized that I can't convert each and every prisoner because sometimes the time limit doesn't allow me to. And this is one of the first ones where it's like, okay, well, I can't convert them. There's not enough time. And that fight, oh, here we don't do so bad, but I was not having it. I was not letting anybody escape. No, I was donezo. But there's a very good far shot out of the start of our Tasty Mountain home. And it's amazing to see that here now compared to what we have. It's so much fun. Here's where we have our first mech raid. It was only like a mech or two, but it scared the living shit out of me because I didn't think we were far enough in to have mechs. And they come in and they hit Tooth and they knock Silver out, and then King's right there, and John gets hurt, and then Lissa gets hurt too. So I'm like, shit. So I go in, I run, I try to make sure that everybody's like, you know, patched up as much as possible. We almost lose Tooth there. We almost lose Silver there as well. So I got messed up. And if that raid had not come when it had, if we hadn't had that Pure Legion raid right before, then we would have been fine because the traps would have got the max. But that is not what happened. And then I'm trying to figure out, you know, how are we going to get our traps rebuilt when I don't have enough steel? You know, I had just this time I've got an, oh, that's where she breaks my damn thing. Oh, I was so pissed. It wasn't Moss that did it, it was Lissa. And so those infinite chem reactors, they're rare. They're not super rare, but they're rare enough that, you know, we only got like 4 in our end game. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh, fuck me running. Because that was one of the things that was keeping our base powered. We did have chem reactors, chem fuel generators that were running off of those. I counted on that fuel. I'm like, all right, you gotta be kidding me. And if I had taken like just a second, but she was right there, she broke, she went on a tantrum, and it happened super fast. Because a tantrum, I don't think, hey, you know, we gotta protect shit. No. Oh, I know better. I have learned it said lessons. Lessons were learned in this game for damn sure. So here's where everybody's finally healed up, and I get a chance that I can, you know, an idea that I can breathe again, you know. We do have a little bit of a steel stockpile, so the rest of this is going well. You know, I'm just checking to make sure everything's done. John is still having a really rough time of it. You know, he almost mental breaked on me a lot. And here I am, you know, I'm trying to get the best beds that we can. And there I was looking at this. One of the only slave traders that I've had come through. But I didn't have a whole lot of cash at the moment. So in Wogue, of course, you know, Bear's missing arms and limbs and legs and eyes and ears. And I'm like, shit, what am I going to do? I'm sitting there, I'm trying to figure out, you know, this is where I put the, you know, we need an arm for Lissa, a leg for Silver. And this is where I decided, okay, fuck it, we're moving everything into the Tasty Mountain Home. But that takes a lot longer than I originally planned for. Because we only have so many people. So I decided that I'm going to make what is going to be the rec room into our new storage area. And I get everybody moved in. I get everybody moved into the new area. That was a weird sound. I need to go check on it. I'll be right back. I don't think anything happens like in the next couple minutes on this one, so we're just watching more additions and more base run. Family's okay, just people making weird noises. Nope. Get, I mean it, get. He's being such a little brat today. And here I am. So this is where we added Teddy. And also Silver went on a break and decided he was going to fight a warg. And I'm like, fine. I mean, if that's the way you want going to go out, dude. Teddy was a quest reward, if I'm not mistaken. So he added, I believe he had paralytic abasia. Yeah. Because he was completely out. But he's also a kid, so I did not want to turn him down. And he was almost an adult there, so... And Teddy was actually a really good colonist. He's one of the ones that got to escape on the ship with his wife. They're up there on a glitter world somewhere, having the time of their lives. And here we go. So here's where we add Jennings, and we also have one of our first pod quests. And I'm pulling King out, and there's Jennings. It wasn't bad. He had good construction and good mining. And here's where we accept our first insect raid. And we got a couple of failed surgeries on poor Silver. He is fucked up. He has a habit of trying to escape and hit the wrong people. But that's okay. He learns. It's a fatal lesson, but he learns. And I'm just waiting. I think I'm waiting for something. Ah, there we go. And we got Jennings as a front man, and he's carting a Thrumby horn. I'm trying to remember if we put anybody in that armor. I think it sits for a good bit. And here's where we convert Jennings. We put him in a coffin cell because that is the best way to get conversion points. I'm not doing it right now because I'm having good results both ways, but putting him in a coffin cell is the fastest way. But with Julian and his convert, as much as his social is at now, I didn't have anybody like that, so I had to put them in coffin cells. Still don't know what the fuck I was thinking about that big tree farm over there. We did not need it. I'm just refining the home zone and doing a little bit more trading. And here's another conversion. Wogue didn't do bad. Wogue did not do bad at all. We did have to put him back in the coffin cell, but not for long. And here's our first little production area. I forgot that we had our main production over there because we moved everything into the mountain home. And there's Jennings. He's one of us. One of us. One of us. And we put him back in his old clothes and we just send him on. Jennings is one of the corpses that we have. We have him absolutely in a sarcophagi. He's in our mausoleum. Staff of Destruction. There we go. That's where I made sure I renamed it. If only I knew how much trouble that damn stiffy was going to cost me. The other two relics went down like water because I knew what I was in for. I sent above appropriate force. But for the staff, I still didn't know what I was in for. And we're just, for that raid, we're just sitting here waiting. And I'm still looking to see if I got any pregnant guys, but nobody was pregnant yet. so an 11-year-old came onto the base. I think we decided to decline that one because he was bringing a bunch of people with him. That's another random traveler wants to join, and I don't think he had what we were looking for. We were looking for somebody that was good with plants. I needed another crafter. Needed a lot of stuff. And I don't think we had gotten the call that I think it was Hemlock. We had the ability to go and no, that's not till later. That's right. And also, as a banger of a song, this is the end credit song. When you beat the game, this song plays, and it doesn't unlock for your game until you beat it once. But y'all didn't know that, did you? Ha 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 ha. Waiting for the sun. Let's speed that up appropriately. Let's go work on good. Come on. You can do it. And that's when we moved Teddy. We got everybody in here. And we're just, you know, we're just kind of looking to see what we got. I think that was one of our first healer mech serums that I used sillily. And here's where I start collecting ovums as well, because I'm thinking in the back of my head that I need more. It's also where we, you know, take another hardcore look about what we've got our HouseMaids in, and another CC Lantern Festival. I know for a fact I'm asking for steel here. We were starting to hurt again. So I had the Baby Maker 9000 in there, but I do change that around. And here I'm just trying to get everything moved into our Tasty Mountain home. If only I had stuck to that plan, some other future events would not have happened, but no. I thought I was doing well. I was not doing well. Spoiler alert, was not doing well. Alright, there's another one. So this time King gets 3 skills, and we add kind to him instead of psychopath. Because I was already tired of everybody's bullshit. By this point, we'd already had a couple of social fights. John and Woe did not get along at all. And then Lisa and Woe didn't get along. We had a lot of people that didn't get along. We had a few. So I'm thinking that's the end of that playlist over here. And it is. So we're going to go and switch to P music. And we're going to do the 2024 playlist one, I think. Yeah. We're just going to minimize that. Now, P music is one of the best mods. I cannot believe I've ever played Rimworld without P music. It was so good. And so we got a little bit of, we got a option for a vanometric power cell, baby. I was so excited about that. And that's also where we begin our great water replacement journey. But first, we got to do the quest. And my pawns are doing their absolute best. Don't get me wrong. None of what happened in my pawns was my pawns' fault. This was all my doing. And as the goddess of destruction, I totally have lived up to my name in this playthrough. Beyond lived up to it. And that's where I am. I'm trying to get like all the finicky bits. I'm trying to, you know, play around with the first of our stuffies. You know, I've got a little bit of extra and I really, really want my base to be comfortable and cute for all my people. And it takes a bit. I'm adjusting their drug screen there. You know, I'm just trying to, you know, get everything in. Also, Zodocom has been like our side-by-side brothers from day one. They were our first trading partner. And even if I do decide to do an annihilation run on this planet, the Zodocom have a free pass. Henla was later. Henla was after I had done something to piss off the Zodocom, and it took me a while to get back to their good graces. I probably accidentally killed somebody. That's what I'm thinking I did. That's probably what I did. But also, this is also my first run where I actually use the faction mechanic. And I use the friend mechanic to get them up to 100% allies. That's what they're called. It's the first time I've actually used the ally mechanic. So, it's a bit... There's my pod run. I don't believe anybody even gets hurt on that. They don't. I'm good enough now that I can take out insects with easy infestation on. That should have been my first clue. That I was not prepared for what I was going for. But like I said, you live, you learn. And here's where I am actually starting the second part of my outside everything. So this is the actual plan. And this right here also comes back to bite me square in the buttocks. Also, I got my counts wrong here, and I never actually did fix that. I just left it. Oh, mech cluster. I remember that thing. That was our first mech cluster, and I was freaking out. I'm like, what the hell is there a mech cluster up here? It's like, are you kidding me? So I'm trying to figure out how in the world to beat that mech cluster when I don't have anybody in armor. You know, I'm just really trying to figure out what the hell I'm going to do with it, right? And it takes me a while. I try to do the peak complete thing where you just leave it alone and you wait for somebody else to go activate it. Yeah, here's where I had my plan. I was going to build walls, and I was going to go in, and I was going to do all the things. I had a plan. It was a good plan. And then I realized they don't follow you, so you actually have to go and do things. And I'm like, okay, well, let's try to stun them. And I was like, nope, we're not stunning them that way. So I sent everybody home. And I was like, okay, John now needs a kidney. Son of a bitch. If I'm not mistaken, I think this is where we lose Jennings. And we go straight at it. I'm like, okay, we can do this. I believe. I have beliefs. So we try to go. Spoiler, I don't remember this ended well. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to go in and I'm trying to get an opening. And this is also where we start getting the no storage space. So this is where I start really hardcore thinking about, getting the storage XL. So I send King up here, and I think, you know, I'm doing good things, right? All right, so Tooth gets hurt there, and here comes Jennings. And if I'm not mistaken, I think this is where Jennings ends. Yep. So he goes down there, and I'm trying to get the rest of that done. Okay, we've completed the mech cluster. Everything's good to go, but then boom. And we're trying to save Jennings, and it's just not happening. And he passes away for the good of our colony. So I'm like, okay. And I did decide right then that we were going to try to resurrect him later, but it never happens. And that one we decided not to accept Kit because, and here's where Tooth freaks out, because, you know, we just got Jennings and we just lost him. And I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. What god did I piss off to make this? And I know exactly what god to piss off. It was me. I pissed myself off. Oh no, she never got her eye. I don't believe I ever did get her eye. Alright, so this is where Ashworth joins. Spoiler alert, that also doesn't go very well. So Ashworth was actually a pretty decent buddy. You know, we get all of our goodies in. We get Ashworth in, you know, and he's already hurt and his needs are in the tank. So I'm sitting there, I'm trying to decide whether or not I'm going to go ahead and convert him or if I want to give him time. And that's where Teddy learned his one and only skill before he became an adult. And he's actually a functioning member of our colony. We can also start reclaiming a lot of that open space out there as then we take the roofs off so I don't accidentally kill anybody. So we remove them and we're working on that outer I decided that one greenhouse is not going to be enough, and I wanted it behind where we had the base so that way it would be more protected. And then we start working on building it. The plans are there. We just got to get the bricks, got to smooth out the rest of our stuff. We got to get floors down. And I'm sitting there like, okay, we can do this. Well, there's light at the end of this tunnel. And here, I'm going to pause. And I'm going to go back. So here's my planning. I want us to just take a quick look at our plan, because not a lot of it has changed. So here we go. Here's the main plan of the base. So we've already got the hospital and everything knocked out. And here's the rest of the plan for the base in its basic planning mode. This is the one where I did the outlines. I actually did it on grid paper. I printed it out so everybody could look at it. I showed GK and my sister. There's been little changes, but all in all, this has stayed exactly the same. And I'm just going on about, you know, that's the children's area, that's the recreation area, that's the kitchen, that's the mid dining room, and that's the prison. That's the plans I came in here for, or the prison plans and the royal wing. But I don't think I called it the royal wing. I was calling it something else, but this is the one that I really wanted to take a look at, because this is where we're going to do most. This is where we're going to house the majority of our prisoners, and that hasn't changed. That hasn't changed from when we started it. We're still desperately needing steel as well. And I think that's when I finally gave up on the tree farm. I'm like, I can't, that's not sustainable. Tooth and Ashworth were running like everywhere trying to get that done. And we had a little bit of a hunting squirrel incident, which is fine. Might also be where my book obsession started, because I did want books for the kids. And we should get Yulian and Sangria soon. Ah, we're making a leg. And again, here's where we're having more problems with storage, because I didn't want to add XSL storage to begin with. But the further along that I was getting, I was realizing that I was not going to be able to stockpile the amounts that I wanted to stockpile. And XXL storage was exactly what I needed for that. And I did try to armor everybody up. It didn't work. And as of right now, Silver's being an exemplary housemaid. Other than, you know, trying to get out and escape through a ward. But other than that, he was a really good worker. But he kept getting hypothermia. I'm like, what am I going to do? I need him up there to work on that. You know, do I put out the time, and do I, you know, do all that stuff? And here I am. I've got him over here trying to heal up. Oh, I remember what happened to Ashworth. So Ashworth, right there, what we're looking at is Ashworth has the degenerating disease. So all of his body parts started to degenerate. So we're trying to make sure he stays in bed and gets as much rest as possible. I'm using Wogue to try to preach health on him, but I realized at that moment that we hadn't turned him yet. So I was debating on whether or not do we put him in there. We just let him go, and we had no choice but to let him go. We did take his clothes off first, so we didn't have any choice. He just slept away peacefully in his sleep. And he's also one of the ones that we still have to venerate. He's also in our mausoleum. Because there was nothing we could do. I did not have enough body parts to begin. That's what kicked off the whole body part yoinking, is because that's why we start adding more prisoners and getting body parts out of them as much as we can. Because if we had another chance to save Ashworth, I really wanted to. Because he was a good and decent guy, and we just couldn't save him. So in this episode, I killed 2. Jennings, because I wasn't watching what the hell I was doing again. Now, like, that's not going to become a theme later in the series. Jesus. And then Ashworth, because I thought that we could get body parts, and we never could. So it's just one of those things. I'm just trying to make sure that he's as comfortable as possible. And I've got Wogue up there in the same medical bed, so that way she's close. We did give it a good try, but we just couldn't save the dude. And Wogue did get her leg. And Ashworth tried to keep getting up and go wander. I'm like, dude, stay your ass down, my man. You know, if we can't get body parts, we will, but stay down. Stay down and rest as much as there's a harbinger seed. I don't know if this is where I start to plant them. I don't think I have enough money for them, actually. And Ashworth passed away, so we got to get him a sarcophagi, and I think right now we're storing all of our sarcophagi in the freezer, but he does pass, unfortunately. And we tried really hard to save him too. But it's just like that one wild kid I tried to go out there and punch to death, and I ended up killing him in one blow. It's like, okay. And here we have another Wicked Aria party. Those are a lot of fun. And I do try to do those whenever my colonists get down, and then Silver again with the damn hypothermia. I'm sitting there like, what am I supposed to do? Because if I take his thing off of him, you know, he's gonna be down. But I did get him a leg. Finally got him a leg. This one was, I trusted that armor on Tooth way too much. And we're just sitting there watching Silver lose his shit. I'm trying to get him back in bed where he can stay warm, and he's just not listening to me. And here's where I finally go and add a parka. So that way, I don't have to worry about him dying on me. Because it was a constant thing. He was constantly running sick and running cold. Almost ready to start moving everything into our mountain home. I'm trying to anyway. And all the time I'm doing this, I'm keeping my eye out for bricks, for stone that can turn into bricks. Trying to keep an eye on Silver because he's one of our better constructionists, at least in the housemaid brigade. And that's when I started to decide that's where I wanted my armory. And here we go. So we're working on the outside of our greenhouses. And at this point, I didn't even know that we were going to do a wall oracle. I know I had planned on playing around with it, see if I could find a wall design that I liked. And I know I went back and forth between like a castle area. Oh, Shamblers. Yeah, I put Tooth out there, and Tooth got hurt on this one. I got Silver out there as well. And I'm just trying to, get him down, rescue everybody that needs to be rescued. So Tooth was down. She got back up, but Silver is down and he's not getting back up. So I'm trying to make sure that everybody's going to survive this. And then we've got, at the very last minute, a wild wolfie. So, and here's where we start our moisture pumps as well. And that is going to be the work of years. That's going to be the work of decades. We're in year 30, just about. And I'm still not done removing water. It's definitely a thing. And here's where I finally put in our outer defenses, so our trees can't be very far behind. And this is also where we get Lexi. Because right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we have four more spots. And we pick them up pretty quick. And of course, Lexi goes directly into the coffin cell. I was not playing. We're going to turn her and burn her quick. Ah, here we go. So this is where we get Yules. This is where we get our Yulian. So, yeah, no, I went, those little blurbs in there, that's when I realized our Tasty Mountain home is full of fucking holes. It's full of holes. So I went and I did like a little, you can draft a pawn that has a melee weapon. You can drag it over uncharted territory. And then if it uncancels, then that means you got a hole. So I knew we had holes. And then I went into my other world and I ran a scenario where I just mined everybody out to see exactly where the holes were and how big they were. And the left side of our mountain is open air. Probably a good fourth or fifth of it's nothing but open air. Scary to think about. And Lexi's still in prison, so that's going to take a minute. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing there. I think... I was trying to figure out where to move the urns to. And if I was going to... Yeah, I'm going to move everything in there for the new... for the new oracles. The Pantheon is in there, because I didn't have a place to move it down there yet. I have plans on opening up an area to put that in temporarily, but we're not there yet. I'm sitting there and I'm looking, I've got 249 silver. In our game right now, I think I'm sitting on close to 17 grand. So it definitely made strides in the right direction for that. And we're also getting the no storage thing again. So I'm sitting there and I'm trying to figure out, you know, this is driving me nuts, because it's not just a simple bink bonk. It's a whole thing. There's Dorian, and I believe that we rescued him, but he didn't stay. I was gonna give him a chance. If he wanted to stay, he could stay. Every text and phone call I get when I'm off the clock, I'm adding 15 minutes to my time, damn it. Alright, I'm gonna go and real quick grab their crunchy food out of my thing. So I'm gonna... Oh, King became an adult here. Let's take a look. So I gave him a double passion and intellectual. What else did I give him? Cooking and medical. And I think we went with undergrounder for him. Yeah. And there's that for him. So I'm going to turn this speed down just a smidgen while I go and grab their food, because he is not leaving. There's Julian. Okay. I'm going to pause that. I'll be back in like less than 2 minutes, because he is not leaving me alone. And I have dried food out of my car, so I can let him go grab it real quick. Maybe he'll stop looking like I'm starving him. Not going just yet, because I probably locked my car. I know I locked my car. I'm gonna grab my keys. You guys are bold. Grab back. Starve you. Oh my goodness, they're actually eating their crunchy foods. Okay. Let me roll that back just a second because I did want to reread that little bit of quest blurb there. Okay, play away. And I was super excited because King was finally adult. We have some help. Alright, so a framer named Julian has arrived and wants to join the colony. He's willing to contribute, but he won't leave voluntarily. So I postponed it. I tried to see if he's on the map. He's not on the map. It's one of the ones that you have to accept. So I go back in. I'm like, okay, let's do this. And I did not know that this was the beginning of something wonderful. So he was a recluse. I didn't know if he was going to fit in. I had no clue. I thought everybody would hate him, but I was sadly mistaken. Gladly mistaken, actually. Everybody loved Julian off the rip. So he came in and he fit right in. Even though he did have a little minor boost from debuff from the recluse trait. Right now it doesn't even matter anymore. Looking like he's from the damn Blue Man group. And of all the everybody that's in here right now, the only two that are survived out of our whole crew are Teddy and Julian. And everybody else I killed. We got another little quest here for some more insects. And I underestimate them every time because sometimes I don't get hurt, sometimes I do. And here's where we get our first little bits of art. And also, this is where I decide that it's time to run our venometric power cells to begin our great water thingy, our water reduction project. I get everybody lined up and it's not a point. So here's where I go to the next section and I decide that we're going to do the main hallway. And we're going to have a way in and out of our base so they don't have to walk all the way around. Still don't have any of my trees though yet. But they're coming. Also, I was trying to figure out how the hell a damn mega sloth got into my damn greenhouse. I'm like, dude. I don't even know how you got in there, dude. We're doing a conversion ritual on Lexi. And we put her in there, and I think this is right before she breaks. Oh, goody. They've eaten some food. And And I just like the little static moments. I know that during most of these moments, I'm either doing something, I'm on the phone, checking on somebody in the house, or I'm going to go pee. But I like those little static moments so that we just sit for a minute with our people. I'm still not sure why. Oh, because I was building something with the marble. That's right. And we had this as our prime workshop for a while. Alright, there's the venometric power cell going down. So I'm just waiting on them to, well, one, for us to get enough steel to run the power line. Steel was so hard to come by. Steel was so hard to come by the first couple of years in this game. And it's interesting to see it now compared then, as the game was then compared to now, because I had all of that left to start. And Lexi almost got away. If it weren't for the fact that John had a jump pack, she would have gotten out that time, because she broke through and she was gone. She just took off. She did not want to be one of us. I don't blame her. It's another CC Lantern ritual. I know I asked for steel that time. I was waiting for it, buddy. And I didn't know if she was going to make it because she had an infection like right in her torso from where we had to beat the shit out of her for her to come back to her room. We were just watching it like a hawk. We were trying to make sure that, we did not lose her, because I definitely didn't want to lose Lexi right at this moment. I was trying to rebuild. I love this one, because this is where we, I think... Is this where we do the Baby Maker 9000 babies? No. It's coming, but it's not there yet. We're trying to make sure that we have build the bedroom furniture, move everything to the mountain base. John needs a kidney, an eye for tooth, drop the moisture pumps, and raid her body parts. So that's on our to-do list. And there's Lexi. She's now ours. And that brings our colonist count up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7, 8, and only one a natural born baby. We'll put a marriage spot down because I think somebody was marrying somebody else. I'm thinking it was somebody had gotten fiancé, and I couldn't remember which one it was, but that was a really good one. I'm just checking everybody's skills here just to make sure everybody's doing exactly what they need to do. Because we're getting back to having the amount of manpower we had before I killed my OGs. So now we're about along the same line. And I've still got a redemption run to do as well. Because I think I still have one more bit to get before I could have the Staff of Destruction. And at this point, King was one of our best social people, even above and beyond Tooth. And I thought about switching him over, but I decided to let Wogue keep doing Wogue things. And it was a constant. It was either, you know, we were trying to make sure we were getting steel, because I mean, it was being pulled as fast as we could mine it up. And long range mineral scanners and everything else. That was like a long way away. And I'm still trying to manually keep everything nice and tidy because silver can't go out to these areas. So I have to flag my other people to do them manually. And that's my first bookshelf and my first couch. I'm still so excited about it. We have so many books now. But that was the beginning. That was the beginning of the end there for our books, buddies. We were on it. So here come the first of our moisture pumps. I divided it out. You could have 5 or 6. I think I put 5 on that first run. And it began year 5. So year 5 is where we began all of our moisture pump shenanigans. And here I'm just going through to try to, see what we can get, make sure our temperature is good. Getting hemagen packs because I'm absolutely messing up my people. And I'm doing it almost every episode. Because we had just lost Jennings and Ashworth. And now I meant I wasn't going to lose another damn pawn. I meant it. It did. We had a pretty big fire spree going there for a little while, and it finally evened out. And another dang caribou. I hate those things with the passion of 1,000 burning suns. They always hurt my people. I try not to hunt caribou unless I am desperate. Also, yes, I just realized I made all of that shelving out of wood. Velcro, get off of that, please. Thank you. And here we go. We're making some pretty decent progress on the prison. And there's what was my foreskin. Here was my foreskin. And I didn't follow up with it. I lost out on that foreskin. I was a part of a quest that I just was not able to get in and complete. I wanted to, but it did not end up the way I thought it was going to end. And see, there we're using wood on the spikes instead of steel. That's how bad our steel runs were going, because we just didn't have enough to do anything with it. All right, there's yep, another conversion ritual. Or no, that's where we're changing the leaders over. That's right. So Wogue is now the leader, and then we got Yulian for our moral guide. And that's also, I think we've started Lady. Her name is actually Queen, but she changed it to Lady, and I decided to let her keep it. So this is King's baby brother, a baby sister, and Queen's in redemption. So here's where the new baby is born, and we try to go on our redemption run. But we got a ways to go before we get there yet. So our moisture pumps are down, and moisture pumps move every 5 days. So it's a very long process. There is a way to cheese it. You put bridges down, you put them on the top of bridges, and they automatically clear the water underneath them. But it wasn't about to go that far. We had things to do. And I didn't want to use an actual exploit. And at the moment, I did not realize I was building another death trap there, but you live and you learn. I mean, we got so desperate that I was using the smelter to pull all of the scraps that we could pull into making steel. It was really bad here. Alright, so here we're trying to shoo away another anomaly pawn. Their name was Moo, but they didn't have anything that we needed, and we ended up killing them. We smacked them pretty good there. Oh, that's also where we get our first sightseers too. That scared the shit out of me. She howled, and I didn't know what to do about it. We've had 2 howls. Mia howled as we killed her, and then Blemish howled when we arrested him. And Blemish cost us a pawn as well. I've forgiven Blemish, because Blemish is a badass pawn, but holy cat balls, dudes. Yeah, when I built this at the time, I didn't realize that I was building another death trap. I'd already said when I went through, I had already said, you know, we're not putting anything outside anymore. I did not listen to myself. And that doesn't surprise me any. Also, it is time for Sia to have a Sia snack. I have no sugar added mandarin oranges for a little bit of sweet, but that's not going to hurt me. Natural, this is not a can of cat food. I just fed you 2. It is a can of mandarin oranges, and you're not gonna, I didn't even think about this with being an open can. See, mandarin oranges. See, look Velcro, mandarin oranges. You're not gonna like them. This is stinky old human food. Oh, that's the dose raid. So those are the Yiddigan. Did we capture anybody here? I think we captured people for body parts. We were still looking for a kidney for John. Fresh Bosch and Dirk. Nope. They didn't last long. We ended up getting some pretty decent stuff out of there, and I'm sitting there and I'm trying to make sure that we have those are spaced out correctly. There we go. Queen is born. And I've got her in King's room. So King was one of the imperative for taking care of her. We had to put down a lot more of all kind of different stuff here. And we're trying to put down art. We're trying to, where am I going? Okay, I didn't send my people anywhere. I'm like, where am I going? I know we're set here to try to do the redemption run. Yep, because I was building sleeping bags. Oh, we got somebody in the chat. Sarah Harris. Hello, Sarah. Welcome to the Chateau Streamos. We're doing a recap. I think we're only on we're on episode 17, so we're tracking pretty good. We're at 3 hours. At 17, we're not even halfway there. We're probably going to skip a couple episodes coming up here. I think we may go to every 5th episode. Because I don't want to be here for like 16 hours. I do need to get off of here at a reasonable time. Going just fine. We're just having a recap run. We're on episode 17 of 100. Believe it or not. I believe it might be time that's a lot of words for the little bit of sentences I've said. Where is my moderator when I need him? He's probably working or at school. It is a Friday. Arg. Also, I need to check and make sure that's on good. Yeah, it's on the good resolution. So King's here, and we are about to send Oop. No, I want to go back. Full screen. Sorry, I gotta put it back on full screen for just a moment. There we go. So right here, this is where stuff goes wrong yet again, but not completely, not yet, because we don't have sangria yet. Yep. So right now we got build room furniture, take everything to mountain base, eye for tooth, redemption run that is on our list, and then get good armor for tooth. Yulian though, by this time I am like a Yulian fan. I think in one of these bits I'm sitting there and I'm thinking about letting him go. I'm thinking about banishing him. It may be right here before we style him up. But everybody loves him. Like it was an automatic. Everybody just loved Yulian. They loved him from Jump Street. So that was one of the things where I was like, well, they love him so much. I mean, can I really get rid of him? The answer was no. The answer was no. I cannot get rid of Yulian because he grew on me. And I loved him very much. Right, here we go. So we're going and running. Ooh. I'm nervous now. Because we went to go and do, and then we got a raid. So I had to... Did I cancel it? No. No, I just let the traps and everything take care of them. So this isn't the final run. This is the one where we unlock everything and get the staff to be open to go and raid it. But I think what happens is that I go and raid it and I can't get back in time before the timer goes off. So this is exactly our redemption. We run in, we do the thing, we get the fuck out of Dodge. Like we go. Like they had already spawned. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, this might be a stupid idea. This is a really stupid idea. Why am I doing this? I should just go. Why am I doing this? Again, why am I doing this? Go. Go, go, go. Get off the damn map, because here comes another raid right behind him. I'm like, nope. This is going south again. We're not doing this. So I get everybody and I'm like, the second we can get clear, and we go. And it was still so damn close. I had King was down. Tooth was almost dead. It was so much. Pretty sure they were about to tell you that they could make my graphics next. Probably so. I'm just sitting here and I'm just waiting, because they usually, if the bot chat, I don't see them that they're viewing anymore. But then again, I usually don't. The view count's really weird on the Twitch app. Sometimes it doesn't update in time. I remember this one. This is where we lose King. So everybody gets back home. Everybody's home. I've got that. I'm going to clear the structures. You know, we're great. We're good to go. Oh no. Yep. So right now what we're doing is that we're just, you know, we're getting our base out. We're doing all the things. We're getting everything done. We're doing the planning. And we got a shuttle coming down. And the shuttle downs are pretty good, you know, if I've got all of my traps up. It's not too shabby if I have my traps up, but that's if I have my traps up. And that one happened pretty quick. And here's where we begin the deconstruction of a lot of the different stuff. So I'm trying to, you know, get everything moved. That's the last one I need for my artifact. So I'm just kind of waiting. We're in a holding pattern. A little bit of a party. What happened to Lucky Pen? I don't remember a Lucky Pen. Is there a colonist I don't remember? Let's see if that name changes. Because I know the only person I ever banished was Manuel. So what in the world happens to Lucky Pen? I've got another crib down just in case. Oh no, looks like somebody got sick or the flu again, because I got 4 people down. I think the baby that we have in our baby maker here is Azzy 2.0. We had one ovum left from Azzy, and I think we're using it here to get another baby quick. I'm sending them out again. Oh, okay. Boy, I'm nervous now, and I know what happens. We got a couple more days left on that growth vat. And I do believe that's Azzy 2.0. Here we go. So this is the very last thing I need for the end. It looks like there's a couple of mechs in here. Nothing too dangerous. I was able to mark that off so we didn't have any side explosions. I think this is just a treasure run. Yeah, this is the treasure one. I think that's also the one where it said that there was an extra floor that I didn't know where to get. Caravan ambush. It's a ambush! And I'm not sure what I was thinking with adding those extra rooms. I know at the time I had a purpose for it, but I don't remember what in the world I was thinking. All right, here's another one. This is also a treasure one, so this isn't the last one I need for my other thing. This is also where I decided that I did want souvenirs from all of the ancient raids and everything that I was doing. I do know that I definitely wanted more souvenirs for those. So I would go and just grab something random, usually a part of the old tech, like a broken comm console and different types of beds and medical beds and broken barrels and just whatever I can conveniently snag. Got a blight on our heal roots that we're taking forever to take care of, which is understandable. I don't have a whole lot of manpower right now. All right, is this the one? This is the one for this. This is the last part of the one for my my Staff of Destruction, because we have to do that, and then we're just waiting. So this one, the raid's on to arrive for 4 days. So relic found. All right, so I try to see if I can get there, but I don't think I can. I got people that are messed up, so I go back and I just send them home. If I'd went before the security was triggered, I probably would not have lost everybody. But again, you could see behind 100% of the time. Forward, not so much. Another caravan ambush. And then now, finally, all my people are home. I assume everything is going to be fine. It's going to be fine, right? It's got to be fine. It's going to be perfectly fine. I mean, everybody's home. I just did 3 structures back to back. I'm feeling invincible. Spoiler alert. I was not invincible. Sarah, if you weren't actually a bot and you were actually a really actual person, then thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. And there's the new baby. That's baby Azzy, isn't it? Yep. We named that after Azzy, our colonist, and also Azzy, too, our viewer. Also the fish. dude, I bought like 2,000 units worth of fish. It took me forever to get all that shit hauled in there. Another toxic fallout. Of course there was. And I'm like, no, my fish, my plants. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they did. Well, I'm learning. I want to be optimistic and think that there's no way that everybody's a bot, but I am learning. So the walls come back up and I re-roll it as the talk safe. And then everybody goes in there except for Tooth. Tooth was one of the ones that she could go wherever she wanted to because she's immune. And thanks to me learning that, I'm absolutely going to gene pack my people up. I could have saved Lady. She's queen right now, but I definitely could have saved Lady a whole lot easier than what I did. And here's where we just a little bit of downtime before disaster strikes again. And it's all none of this is the colonist's fault. Yeah, I did say the word mod. I do have a moderator. It is my nibbling. It's my middle nibbling. I'm about to give it to my youngest nibbling to come in here and mod if he won't do it. But then again, he works, so. I'm just... Oh, we got the prison working on too here. And it's taking a while because we have the walls up. And this toxic fallout does last a little while longer. And I do keep up the walls just a smidge. Oh. So here's where I go. And here's where I pull the stuff for the nursery. For the CC nursery. This is it right here. This is where I pull everything. And this hasn't changed. The layout is the same. I spent, oh God, there's no telling how many hours pre-game I spent like getting this whole series set, at least the main base. Right now I'm winging it. I know what I want, but I don't have like a detailed, this is how I'm going to get this and that. I haven't planned that out to that extent. I know what I have in mind. I know what my master block list is, like our ghoul barracks. We're going to have ghouls later. I've got plans for an army barracks to be right there, right on that other side of the anomaly run, but not into our orchard. I can never say that properly the first time. But here's also where we scroll past that real quick. Here's also where we find our ancient danger. And again, we're running low on food again. Those toxic fallout. See, I've got cover, and that's the whole reason why I added the quad greenhouse. But that was a bad idea. Another CC Lantern Festival. So this is where we're actually going to have, in the long run, that's where her outside area is going to be. Is going to be right over there. So that doesn't change a whole lot either. But it's so interesting because I don't have any of the pretty colors in yet. Right now it's just kind of being like blocks and squares. There's no real, roundy movements or anything. So here, this is where we lose King. Slow that down just a smidgen. So we're sitting here, right? So I have the smoke pot pack and I have everything, right? So I think I'm pretty good. Everybody's got helmets on. Everybody's got armor. I am the best of everything, right? I move them closer. I move them into the smoke shield. I put everybody behind Tooth. I think I am like smoking it, right? Tooth goes down. One hit. I send Lexi. I put medical needs up. And then Athana goes down. She wasn't mine. And there's the shot that kills King right there. That's a good pause. Yep. Insta dead. Insta dead. Now I'm sitting there and we finally got the turrets down. We got the helpers down, but John, Wogue, and Teddy are fucked up. King, Tooth is down. King is dead. And I'm trying to get everybody over to the side, and I'm trying to melee the Lancers. And I've still got the one little guy over there, and I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, oh my God, no. Oh, not again. And I'm sitting there, because that's my first baby. I've killed my baby. So I'm all like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. So with this one, I do something different. I meant we're going to get our king back. I absolutely meant we were going to get our king back. I was not having none of that. And she's sitting there and she's not rescuing Tooth. And I'm sitting there like, move your rescue. And they'll all just run. John's out there. He's down. And he gets back up himself. And I'm sitting there like, okay, where am I going to put this sarcophagus so that way I can keep his body? So I'm just dropping it, and I'm having him build it like immediately. I just did three structures. No problem. I get up there, a little mech cluster, and King dies. Everybody is hurt. And I'm sitting there like, okay. And then a traitor. But of course, what are you going to do when half of your colonists are dying or dead? Oh, get the traitor. He may have something good. So I'm sitting there and I'm watching everybody pour back in, and I'm like, motherfuck it. I got one of those little thingies that does the psychic soothe in a small area. And we got guests that are unhappy, and I'm like, of course you're unhappy. You just watched somebody's brains get blown out. I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, come on. I need a little bit of a break here. Just a little bit. And I'm just waiting on Julian to finish that. I said it, and I go get somebody to get him immediately. I don't need no missing body parts or nothing. Woo. And then Tooth needs another rescue, and I'm sitting there like, this shouldn't be that hard. I had the smoke pops, I had the EMPs. What went wrong? Headshot is what went wrong. There is never a 0% chance that your colonists won't get hit in the head and instantly die. And that evidently also includes if you have the Deathless gene. So this is the point where I realized that Resurrector mech serums are going to have to be a really big part of my colony. This is the moment that I decide to go after any and every quest that has a Resurrector mech serum. It doesn't matter what the troubles are. Also, why do I have boomalopes in my everything? That's right, I did have a couple of boomalopes, and then one got sick and exploded. And we're just trying to get all the stuff, and then we're going to have a remembrance ceremony here. Because until last episode, that was the only ceremony I had, was the remembrance ones. And then the fire ponds a little ways after. And here I'm just waiting for everybody to heal up, and I am so flabbergasted. My flabbers are gasted. And I'm sitting there and I'm going, there's no way. I'm going to put him in the freezer. Queen was just about close to having a mental break, and so was baby Azzy. And I'm sitting there, I'm like, okay, we can do this. I just gotta be more careful. Spoiler, I was also not more careful. But I don't tend to make the same mistake twice. I will make it. See, I was checking on the difficulty again. I'm like, there's no damn way this is Adventure Story. There's no possible way that's Adventure Story. I was thinking to myself, that's gotta be it on Blood and Dust or something. And we should be getting sangria here in the next. There's a remembrance ceremony, because I meant he was going to go out with the. Yep, that's a heartwarming one. And there's a +8 mood bongo for that. Here's where I reform it a little bit more. I think, what do I add here? Yeah, I changed the names. And I think about adding one of those, but I don't add one of those so much later. And there's a preferred like our Zodocon brethren who wear the flop hats all the time. That's what makes them. That's what makes them wear it. See, they're all wearing flop hats. And the toxic fallout has finally stopped, but I'm not opening up the doorways just yet. We're also running low on everything. The place is an absolute trashed. It is trash. There's dirt everywhere. I've got some Imperials I'm trying to keep happy, and I'm just like, ooh. This one was a stressful one, but I did have a plan. I meant that we were going to resurrect King. I just didn't know how long it was going to take. It took a bit. By the time he wakes up, he only knows like 2 of the people that are in the base. It's a lot. And see, there we go. So we got that, and then we got that, and we got all of those things to go and hunt. And my people are just about done now. Now John needs an eyeball. We got him a kidney. Tooth needs an eyeball, so we're needing eyeballs for everybody. And we're getting blood packs out of everybody because we beyond need some more Hemagen, because we were awfully low. We're low on food as well. All my people are down. It's fall. There is some things to hunt, but not a whole bunch. And of course, with everybody hurt, nobody's out planting or harvesting fields either. So it's just catch-22. We are still working. We got the prison smoothed out over there. Almost got completed. I think we're going to try to put doors in there. And there's our ancient danger. And I say to myself, do I want to tangle an ancient danger right this second? The answer was no. But we're going to do it anyway. I was like, okay, I can work with this. There's just one little Minotaur. Let's just go in there and fuck them up. So here's where we get Sangria. That's right. So again, she's a housemate. I'm not really that interested in her, but she becomes very important. I was trying to say integral, but I'm not saying it correctly. So here we got Sangria, and we're definitely healing her up. This one. This is the episode where we're actually going to listen to the commentary, at least for a bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and where do we want to go for this? We'll fast forward for a bit and then I'll reload the video where we need to watch it, and then I'll have to cut off the time too. Let's make sure that's at 7:20. So we just got Sangria, and she did join. She joined almost automatically, so we didn't have to do anything. So now we got to figure out, you know, if we're going to imprison her and turn her, or if we're just going to do a ritual. Keep in mind, we just lost King. We just lost him. And so right here, all I'm trying to do is set up and figure out where we're going to go, where we're going to space them at, what we're going to do with it, who I'm going to take, do I have enough gear, you know. This is also the first time that we moved the things. Yay, Philippines on our way home, yay. Let me get up and move some stuff around super quick. I'm not leaving the room, I just got to move and check something super fast. Wow, she had a short day today. That's great though. Alright, so I don't think we're still, all I'm doing is prepping. All I'm doing is prepping. That's all I'm doing. Figure out who's going to go, who's going to stay. I'm waiting for our guests to leave as well. It looks like we're doing a little bit of muffalo hunting because our food is low. I have no choice but to send my people out, and then Lexi and Tooth get injured. EMP cluster dynamo. That's why I send my people out. So I'm sitting there and I'm trying to figure out who all to send. We do have Sangria in the clank to try to get her to move, and then Queen became a child. But she's also the one, she only had like one tick. So I'm like, who am I going to send? You know, I'm sitting there, I'm trying to figure it out. You know, I'm trying to make sure that we got stuff. I even sent the camels out, and I'm just like, okay. Make sure everybody's on the right food type. And I send them off. Where did Gabby come from? Okay, Sangria is here. I think I released her before she was 3 sisters because we needed an extra body. Oh, this one. Okay, so I was completely done. I was like, we're gonna fucking cheese this. I am so done with getting. We're gonna go in. We're gonna destroy the cluster. We're going to dig our way in. We're gonna dig our way out, and we're just gonna book. We're not even gonna fight those damn mechs. I think Gabby was just a random join, and I didn't have him in a thing. We just joined him. It's like 3.4 days till enemies arrive. I got Silver in there cooking food for the baby on the damn thing. I'm trying to get them to destroy that, and it takes a bit. Now that's all open. They destroy it. We're good. And then I load everybody back up, and it won't let me leave the map because there's still mechs. I'm like, fuck this. I am not. No. We uninstall everything. I grab everybody, and I'll pull their asses up. We lose some animals. Perfectly all right with me. All my people are safe, and that the EMP is disabled. So I send them back, And that's good for now. I don't know what that dude was thinking, just hanging out there. If you're going to ambush a caravan, maybe do it with more than one person. There, I do try to fix that wall a bit. I do fix it a little bit, but it's never actually, when I sit there and actually look at it later, it's never symmetrical. Which makes no sense, because all I did was drag and drop and plop and stuff. That is the beginning of the last of the end of my colonists right there. So what I did was eye for tooth, eye for John, get freaking armor for all my peeps, stay your ass home. If I listened to that before I sent my people out, add a new housemaid, dig the nursery block. So those are our goals as of right here. So when we get to the map, all right, not this one, but when we get to the next map, we're gonna watch it, because it's worth a watch. There's where I go for my artifact. So who we have at home is we have Teddy, Gabby, Tooth, Yulian, Lady Azzy, and Silver. That's all we have at the house right now. And Silver decides that he's going to try his luck with Tooth, and that doesn't work. She hits him twice, and he's on his ass again. Here. Alright. So I'm going to rewind this just a bit. We're going to slow it down to right there. First, let me... Sorry about the lack of the full screen there for a minute, but we're going to pause RP music. We're going to come back over here. And we're going to put that on normal speed. If we can. We're going to unmute it. Oh, that's 0.4 speed. Okay. We may just have to rerun this. What episode is this? Episode 19. So we're just going to re-roll this real quick. That needs to stay up. And that's it. We're live. Alright, that needs to be just a smidge louder. Alright, let's go down to 19. Yes. System with multiple teeth. Oh. It's 18. So that's playlist on 20. Alright, I'm gonna hush. I'll make this big screen again. And we're just gonna just fast forward it to right when we get there. When we get the call. Enjoy. Let's see what fresh hells await us. That is a Scorcher. That is a Tesseron. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, shit. I'm gonna send my people down here. Nope. Combat command. We are... I know you're incapable of violence, Sangria. We're going to move you up here. John. Jump. Okay. That dude, that is a long-ass range. Lexi, I'm going to have you go over here. Lissa, I'm going to have you over here. I'm going to have 2-on-2. Oh, I got to watch out for that Scorcher. Mini Flame Blaster. Alright, so it's a mini one. Lexi's on fire. It's okay. John, I need... Alright, so Lexi's out. Melee attack. That dude only has a very small range. And he's going after Sangria. That is actually really good. Because we're just going to have her run. Alright, so we have another Scorcher down here. That's fine there. Side note, that was not fine. That's a mini one. Cat, now is not the time to come all up in my lap, chick. Oh no. Okay. Okay. Shit. That is a lot of Militaurs. I have to get out this Tesseron. New plan. Melee attack the Tesseron. Cat, you really need to move. I am not in the mood. We could probably kite those if we get the fuck out of dodge, but that Tesseron has got to go down. It's injured. We do have a combat command. Come on, guys. Alright, they are absolutely chasing my Sangria. That's okay. What do I do here? So nobody's in any immediate danger. But that's not good. I'll answer that as soon as the clip's over. Get that Tesseron down. Nope. Shit. Shit. Move. Move John out of the way. Sangria, you're doing just fine running there. Lissa, I got to have you move, baby. You can't stay out there. Wogue, I need you down here. John, fucking move. I'm gonna lose my people again. Son of a biscuit. John's down. Lissa's down. Lexi's down. Alright, so we've lost Lissa, Lexi, and John. Woke, are you fucking kidding me? You're gonna go through a damn... We'll lose Woke too. No, get the fuck out of there. Nope. Caravan lost. So that thump that you hear, that is me chunking my fucking glasses. That is me losing my shit. I hurled my glasses on my laptop and I've got my face all in my hands. And yeah, I did learn. I did learn from that. Not well, but I did learn. I haven't lost another big bunch of colonists like that again, but I'm back down to literally a handful of colonists. Again, everybody's breaking. I've got cougars hunting Yulian. I mean, it went from I can do this to I fucked up real quick. I'm also going to start RP music back. So you guys excuse me for just a second. I'm going to switchy tappies. A little bit of soothing music right now is not a bad thing. And I say that, and then it switches to the damn drama music. Of course it does. So this right here, this is the lowering the bar. This is where I go in. Rewind it just a bit, because that was the end of that last episode. I was done. I didn't even wait for my people to get home. I was done. So this is where I go in and I lower the bar. And I lower it quite a substantial bit. I put it down to from 75 and 100. I put it down to like 30. The whole reason for this colony, the whole reason why it exists, is to get to year 100. It's not to survive unending onslaughts. It's not to see how fast I can kill my people, which evidently is really fucking fast. It was to build a base, have some fun, have a little bit of threat, and to pursue a quirky or weird goal, which was my plan. So we dropped it, and I haven't adjusted it since. So we're sitting right around 29 and 28 respectively on both of those sliders. But yeah, no, I learned a whole lot. The second I saw 2 Tesserons and a Scorcher, I didn't even see the Minotaurs. The Minotaurs came out of the building on the bottom end and circled around us. And that other Scorcher, so there were 3 Scorchers, 3 Tesserons, 8 Minotaurs, and there's like a Centipede Gunner. We realized there's a Centipede Gunner in there as well. But I don't realize that until afterward. So yeah, that was a bit much. So this is where I decided that I am just done with the difficulty rating, and I'm going to lower the bar. And I felt really bad about it for a while, and then I got to thinking about it, and I'm like, you know, if it makes my colony live to year 100, it's not cheating. I'm not using a mod to do it. It's built-in settings for the game. And even at the lower difficulty at 20%, I've still fucked up still. I've still fucked up still a lot. But it's never the same. It's never the same fuck up. It's always a different one. Because before this game, I would just re-roll it. If shit went hinky and I lost somebody, I wasn't having that. Those are my babies. Those are my pawns. I'm not going to let them die. I just re-rolled it. Where that comes back to bite you in the ass is when you actually play the game that it's meant to be played. To play the storyteller the way it is and the way it changes everything. You're meant to lose. You're meant to fuck up. This is a challenge. It's not The Sims. But then again, you can kill your people in The Sims too. I'm looking at you, Swimming Pool. So I had a hard decision to make, and I do believe, since we've reached episode 100 in year 30, I do believe I made the correct one. I know I made the correct one for my sanity, because I was so unbelievably pissed off I mean, afterwards, I was like, I was so pissed. I was so pissed. But now that we're doing that, we're going to go ahead and start skipping some episodes. We've been in here for 4 hours and we're only on episode 20. We got 80 more episodes to go. So I think I'm going to fast forward probably to episode 25. And, oh, this is a good one. This is Watch It Burn. This is where we lose Tooth. So I think I'm going to do episode skips in 5 increments. If I had a faster way to go, maybe, but I don't. 16 speed is as fast as I could find without getting graphics. Nope, you get back there. I haven't spoken about this yet. So this is my favorite bit of art, other than Saidina's journey. This is my second favorite piece of art. My brochacho made this for me. It was supposed to be a Christmas present to my sisters, but that's the Christmas that everything got fucked up. And I could never print it and send it. I was going to do like little cards and write notes on them, and I wasn't able to do it. But I still kept it because I love this piece. It's me and my 2 sisters, and we're all in anime style. I wanted like the 3 goddesses from Zelda. And the pieces, they're all just beautiful. On the far left, we've got Wicked Arya. That is my baby sister. Her favorite color is green. She's the Oracle of Life. On the far left is my sister Cece. She's the Oracle of Oceans, and her favorite color is blue. And then I'm in the center. I'm the Goddess of Destruction. And you guys have just gotten another little recap of why I am said goddess. And we're about to get another one here as well. But that's me in the center. And it's just one of my favorite bits of art. I love it. All right. So here we've got, we've added quite a bit of people. We've added Nono. We've added Carter. We've added Gardenia. We've added Lily. So we've added more people, but I really want to take a look and see where we're at base wise. Here. So we haven't done a lot base wise, but we do have the school started. So every 5 episodes is probably going to be a good jumping point. Oh yeah, the background was super sweet too. So here's where we're digging out the schoolhouse. We're getting everything set. We're finally deconstructing the rest of the starter base. We're actually beginning to deconstruct it. Everybody's inside, and as a matter of fact, you know, we're starting on the residential area as well, getting it dug out. So we've done some work. But this is also another one, a good one to stop and watch. We probably won't do the audio on this one, because you can hear my sister laughing like a maniacal madman in the background of this one. And I'll let you know where it's at, because she comes to my door and she's like, "It's burning, it's all burning." I said, "No fucking shit, I can see." Gardenia and Lily, we got them from a person that came, a traveler. They came with babies. The babies wanted to stay, so I kept them. They're mine. I had the space. Nono was a raider, and his art was fantastic, so we kept him. Carter was a quest reward. No. Carter was also another traveler. As they were leaving, the Empire showed up and they had a fight. And Carter was the one that got hit on the map and stayed. Our 2 babies right now are Azzy and Lady, and then we got Baby Moss down there. And I'm trying to figure out which one that is. Oh shoot! I missed the best part of that whole thing. Hold on, because I was talking about my babies. I hit something. There we go. So here we have a drop pod raid. All right. Azzy's already in there. Lady's in there. Gardenia is very close. All right. So we're gonna slow that down just a smidgen. Come on. Where's my timer keeper thing? There it is. So we're gonna slow that down. So they land, and I'm trying my damnedest to get my people out of Dodge. At least the babies. So I pull Tooth in. Sorry, let me all my things. So I pull Tooth in Gardenia, thinking that, you know, there's only a couple of them. Tooth's armored up. It can't possibly go that wrong. We got our compatriots on the other side. We got them in a pincer attack. It can't possibly, and that's where it gets fucky. They set it on fire. Okay. So I'm sitting there, and Gabby is, I don't think he's our mech lord yet, but I do have him to be mech lord. So it begins to burn. Gardenia's already down as it begins to burn more. The temperature is climbing. It's already at like 200 at this point, 213, and it's just going up 230. I've got Carter in there as well. You know, I'm trying to pull everybody out. They're trying to go in and fight the fire. Like, I cannot stop Gabby, and there goes Gardenia. All right, and there goes some of our other people, and I'm trying to get everybody to pull out, and nobody's wanting to leave the area. No-no's in danger. Everybody's in danger. I'm trying to get them out. I'm trying to get them out, and they keep trying to run back in, and I don't understand it because I've got them flagged. All right, Sangria's in there, and it's like 900 degrees in there at this point. So I try to remove the roof area, and it doesn't, or try to unzone it home to keep everybody out. And I go to grab Tooth to get her dead body to maybe hopefully resurrect her. I've got a resurrector mech serum in there. I was saving it for King, but I've got one. And I go to try to grab her dead body, and she burns up. This is also where I decided I'm doing stack XXL, because I had no place to haul that blade to. It was a series of massive clusterfucks, and I did it in my colonists. If I just pulled them out and let them set it on fire, they would have burnt to a crisp. My people would have been perfectly safe. But yeah, and then there goes Tooth's body is about to degenerate because she's toast. I'm trying to get anybody in there to grab her, but everybody's getting yeeted by superheated air. The only good part about that is every bit of the Pokinoke died in there.
Hey, didn't we have chicken set out?
I thought you said it was in the bottom of the fridge. I haven't checked.
Yeah, I can't find it.
Hey, then that's fine. We'll find something. I've got sausages in there that I can heat up, or we can do breakfast or supper.
We'll figure it out.
Okay.
Eggs are too damn expensive to have breakfast for dinner.
So, and Tooth, her body is right there, and before I can get it, it just disintegrates to ash. And I've got all of these people. I mean, I am hurt. I'm devastated. I am beyond pissed. Again, and about this time, my sister comes in and she's like, "It's on fire." Yeah, fucking noticed. Gardenia dies. Tooth dies. Tooth is mated to Julian, who goes on an immediate psychic break. No-No's already fucked up. Our the people who are watching for the Empire, they're absolutely not having a good time. I'm about to lose that quest. And it's like, and this is after I dropped the difficulty. This was 120% my fault. That's why we now have the let it burn rule. That's why we have the let it burn rule. If it's outside of our tasty mountain home, we let it burn. We do not care. We will not move it. We don't care. It can frickin' burn. And on that note, I'm gonna go and take me a quick pee break. And I shall return. It's fine. You can't hear the ungodly rage from the other side of the mic on that one. Almost. Not quite. That's one of the things. I was like, you know, everybody was having extreme break risks. You know, we're trying to figure out what the flump to do with everything. Julian's on a fucking rager. He's trying to break everything in sight, and I don't blame him. I don't blame it at all. There's our let it burn rule. It was a lot. This episode was a lot. This one's named Oops. What did I do? That's a very good question. Ah, it was a broke string. That's what. All right, low and slow. All right, this is where we hit year 10. This is probably a good one to stop and watch. At very, very, very high speeds. So here's where we got everything mined out, but we don't have anything set yet. It's all in the process of being complete-dos finitos. We are clearing out the very last. I meant it when I was going to be moving that stuff. We were going to bring everything inside. So we're just moving things. We're getting internal we're doing the internal runs. I do know that I was like using space that was slated for something else. It's because that area over there was supposed to be for the storage area, and we do move that eventually. And I believe this should be. This is where we hit year 10. So here we've got a lot of digging done, but nothing's actually set in stone. We've started some of the patterns in the kids' rooms, but not a whole lot. I think we just mainly have the first bit of carpet down. But this is also the start of the episode. This is the start of the series where I really do knuckle down and begin to start not only having the kiddos, because that's Sangria and John's daughter is Angel. And this is where I begin to knuckle down and actually get my builds in order. Knocking down the difficulty has absolutely helped. We have a decent Oracle room. And that's going to come in super handy when we start to turn and burn a lot of people. We're also starting to work on everybody getting ascents. And here's where we go and grab another little bit of planning from our planning world. And like I said, those plans were put in before I started this entire series. And we haven't changed. We haven't changed much of anything. There are little deviations, but not many. Not many at all. We're starting to build out some stuff. We got our indoor areas going. We got another baby in the oven, and I think that's Demon. And Demon's one of our colonists now, and he's epic. Yep. Look at me remembering my colony well. This is actually going to be one of the production rooms. This is actually going to be our meat hall that we're working on mining out there, and our main kitchen. This room goes through a lot of different changes. I end up changing the entire layout on the inside of this room because originally I had only meant it for 2 Mechanitors, but I needed 3. So we had to give that room a revamp. So the first little bit of our recap, it was just kind of setting the stage and some of our biggest tragedies. Moving forward from here are some of our biggest successes. And this is where we have our population boom. This is where we begin to really go after a lot of the things. We don't have our staff yet, but we will. I actually put that off for a long time. That last run and burn just scorched me, and then losing Tooth on top of it all. I meant we were going to stay our ass at home until I was damn sure that we could go out and actually do what we intended on, which meant everybody had to be armored up, everybody had to have proper weapons. It had to be exact. That hole is also one of the ones that we just filled it up with that mod I have that's called a map edit. Because our Tasty Mountain Home, we can absolutely add roofs to Tasty Mountain Home, but we cannot add it outside of it. I could make the whole base underground mountain just to stop drop pod raids. That's cheaty. It's cheaty enough as it is, but that would be a very cheaty way to use it. And I was not ready to do that. I'm not ready to go that far even now. I did use it to remove some because, as we'll see, Azzy won't be with us for very long, because when I went, I thought I had them dig out areas and it was safe. I didn't realize when I was removing roofs that I have to remove them from the outside in, or roofs detach if they don't have anything to hold on to, and that was Overhead Mountain, and it completely obliterated Azzy. Our last link to the original Azzy. So I'm sending everybody to travel here. I wonder what I'm sending them for. Well, we're going to find out shortly. Because I sent all of our people. I wonder what I was sending them to. Well, we're about to find out. And here I'm just smoothing out the last of it. I get very excited about projects, so I begin the dig, because the dig and the smoothing are one of the longest parts of the process, other than the decorations. Decorations can take a little bit longer. I think this is where we actually went for the Resurrector Mech Serum. This is very close to when we get... Oh, is this the Pokinoke raid? This is our first Pokinoke raid. That's right. This is where we come in. We get a little bit of payback. So the faction that is our, you know, our everything, we do not... That is the Pokinoke. The Pokinoke are the one that dropped potted and killed Tooth. They know what they did. And we went and raided them, and we completely crushed that settlement. It was the closest one, and I was done. It was time for some payback. There's where we get our first little Nicodemus. And the starter base is almost completely gone. Here it is. No. I just poked my head in. That's right. I just poked my head in. We were not ready. We were not ready for another run. We're trying to save this one, and I'm trying to figure out why. Body parts? Wagner. That doesn't say Wagner. That's one of my HouseMaid brigade.
I found the chicken. I'm gonna cook it. I cut up all of the
Cabbage.
I cut off any parts that may or may not be questionable.
Awesome.
And
So I've been streaming for 4 hours. I'm only on episode 28.
I'll have fun.
Well, I'm doing the five episode skips now, so it probably take another 2 hours or so.
Jeez. Okay.
Love you. I know who Wagner is. Wagner's not Wagner. Wagner is either Irma or she's one of my housemates. We'll figure it out in a minute. So yeah, I started on the mining project before I got the prison set. If I do this again, I need to focus on one room at a time. That would actually help me get things a little bit more streamlined and a little bit more together. Here we got our conversion ritual on Wagner that works like a charm. And we brought King back. So King is just wandering around confused because he has dementia. Got a little dance party going on. So around this time, I realized that I don't want King to have dementia. And I stop and I look and I figure out that there's only 2 ways to heal King. One is a biopod regenerator, which I didn't have access to and could not start because we were so low on the research tree. Or we could give them Luciferium. I'd never had a Luciferium addict before. And I don't think, unless I'm under dire circumstances, I don't think I will again. Because the way he went out was rough. Here's a good outro of our base. This one's a planning one, and it's not so long. Let's see if we can see what I was thinking here. There's Blemish. So we decided that we're going to keep Blemish here. He's too good of a pawn to let go. So we accepted him, but we haven't turned him yet. It's Irma. It is Irma. So I got that right. So we're looking at Blemish, and he is just insanely good. And Irma now becomes our newest housemaid. And with Blemish, I wasn't sure if we were going to keep him at first. I really wasn't sure if we were going to do that or not. And here we've only done just a little bit of water over here. How long that takes is insane. There's a cheaty way to do it, but I'm not doing the cheaty way. Also, we got the floors starting beginning in the children's area. And by this point, we have Rock and Tony as well. Tony ended up to be an excellent pawn. And so did Rock. Rock was one of our steadfast researchers. I'm also extracting all the ovums that I can extract because it's very important to me that I don't lose out on any other bloodlines. That's also the episode where Lady prestiges. So she's now a knight and she requires the noble apparel. So I've got to take a couple of minutes to make sure that she's set and exactly what she needs to do. And I decided we needed another bay. And we're also cleaning up edges. We're making sure everything's smooth. We're running power lines. Got some furious foxes coming our way, but our traps are up. So we're good to go. I'm not fearing the Fennec foxes too much. And it's free food. And by this point, food was definitely an issue. We had all these people and only 5,000 units of food. It was getting mission critical. And we also had, right after we had a damn thing, we had a raid. So I've got most of my people up there with shield belts, and we do try to follow them to see if there's anybody else that we want to capture. And we are starting on the bedroom furniture for the residential area and for the kids' rooms here. Another CC Lantern Festival. Probably asking for more steel still. Running these colonies can be really tough, especially when you're doing big mega builds. It can be a little much. I still haven't changed Irma's name yet, but I'm going to. And we got a birth. That should be imp. Nope, that's cherub. That's with Sangria and Gabby. I do try to do a little bit of light kibble management every time that I think I can get away with it, but it all just depends. Come on, screen. Let's go. What is this one? And here we get into a little bit more building and digging out, removing things around. It's a big build, and big builds take a lot more time than people think they do. Here we go. So we got some lights in the kids area, and I'm just waiting to get that area complete. Then we're gonna have the baby palooza. And there we go. I finally changed Irma's name. And those, I swear, those are worth their weight in gold. The spike traps, they're so good early to mid game. Alright, there's where I decided to carry the pattern up because I liked it so much. And the cherry blossoms looked really nice. I did those freehand, so I was actually very proud of that floor. Yep, stay away from the danger pods, Sia. We don't want no danger pods at all. So right there we have a makeshift throne room and a makeshift royal bed chambers. I know we're nowhere near ready for the royal wing yet, so I'm just using what we've got and space we have that I'm not actively working on at the moment. Because it's still a lot of work to do. I think everybody had the plague there. I know normally that's not deadly, but it just depends. You get a pawn that's sickly and they get it at the wrong time. You don't have anybody work on them. It can be bad. We also had the beginning parts of our talent farm working over there. I don't know that that's what I'm going to have it yet, but we're working toward it. I just don't know it. And right now I have so many build orders out for my people that my people are having a really hard time keeping up. Even though this moment, you know, I've got 16 pawns. Bill Crow, did you really change my channel? No, you didn't. So what we're doing right now is just we're just sinking in. We're trying to get all the stuff that we can get done. And we're also trying to make sure we have enough power, because I don't have any of the power bays yet either. Alright, let's go to our next 5. So that's 30. Oh, I think this is where Carter dies. So I decided that we are going to keep Blemish, but to keep him, we have to convert him. And this is where everything goes wrong. So as soon as we touch him, he howls. Alright, I did not realize at the time that Carter was in danger, but she absolutely is. So I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for the Sightseekers or the Metal Horrors. There's something coming. I just don't know what. Here. So they were Sight Stealers. They get here. And I think everything's good. I think the base is good. We're all clear. We're good to go, right? I wasn't right. So we send everybody out, or I'm trying to make sure that everything's good and clear. I'm sending them all over my base, you know, and that's what happened. So we send them out, and the only reason why we were out is because of the Howl, and that Manhunter pack came and got us. We almost lost No there. And we did absolutely lose Carter. It was very close with No Lady and King. All of them got severely hurt. And unfortunately Carter's passed, and that's send Yulian into another mental break. So that's why that's called Death Becomes Her. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and skip to episode 35. Soar and Floor. Clusters and Planters. ASMR only. That's where I messed up and didn't make sure my mic was on. Chances and Chillins. Bricks. More bricks. So let's see how far we got in our building here. Ways. Got a ways into our building here. So here is, we got most of the floors installed. We got the McDonald's kind of style cafe going on. Right here, we've got the beginnings of the freezer for that area. We got the kids' beds situated, and we got their learning facility ready. We're starting the throne room up. And we're slowly removing the water, and we're getting started on the storage areas as well. So that's not shabby. We did a lot of good work there. It's also where I start seeing an uptick in bots and stuff hanging around the channel. I've been going for 35 episodes, so this is where it really starts to stand out. This is also around the time where I start my mod word of the day, and Gabby is finally our Mechanitor here. And we've got all of the babies either getting ready to be born, or they're in the Baby Maker 9000s here. Not yet. Greyback Brexto come to hang out. And they're going to chill for a little bit. This is before I have my murder later. We get quite a few prisoners in here as well. And I think we're mainly at this point, we're just harvesting them for organs. I've learned my lesson. I've learned to keep organs in stock. growth moments on Angel, and we got Yar being born. Also, I'm really hurting for ways to keep the base clean. I've been using trash cans and trash bins, and I'm trying to make sure that right here that I don't accidentally, X-day anybody. As he's already been crushed by boulders, so I'm trying to make sure I don't mess up, which is really hard to do. We got the kids' rooms going. Everything looks like it's going relatively well. No was very close to breaking here. We almost lost him a couple times to different mood debuffs. Before we installed the joy wire in him, he was very volatile. And here we're going to go, and we thought about reforming it, but we said no. And I still love that hallway pattern. That was completely freehand. I didn't realize that it was, I was trying to go for a tie-dye look, but I like the Z's. And here we had no choice but to go after Caribou. King by now is very deep in his addiction to Luciferium. Blemish is also showing himself to be a very capable colonist at this point. He's my go-to man for things like surgeries and research. He's just an all well-rounded, really good colonist. And we just have the very last bits of the things that we have to get in here. We've got to do, we've got to trade, we've got to... I know that we're still hurting for steel. We're still hurting for blocks. We still haven't hit our equilibrium yet. Plants and games. Milton is a duck. That was a good one. I survived. Get her done. And this is Poke the Pokinoke. This is a really good one. So we start sending the Pokinoke little gifts. We begin to send them our extra packs that we're working on. We've almost completely got the kids area done. We've got the kitchen begun, and we've got the start of our animal runs, and we're working on rooms. We've got just a couple little spots of water left to clear out from that main hallway as well. And I love the fact that those spawn, and this is before wall oracles, so these are still in our centers. So it's actually really good, and we just try to send people to go and wreck face. There's some more of our, and we're still not done with that area with our moisture pumps. We're still not done. And here's where I begin to muck up. So I've never really had like big animal farms before, so getting the ratio complete was a bit much. I wasn't able to give them enough food, and I realize now that it's the pygmy muffalo that were throwing my thing off balance. But I kept with it for years before I gave up on them because they're just so cute. I did like 2 rounds of cullings, and I realized that they're not giving us enough. They're not outputting enough for us to be able to carry them. So we're sitting here, we're constantly making kibble, and it's not going anywhere. So Milton was one of the people that came in with the vagabond caravan. They tried and almost succeeded in destroying my Luciferium. I was not happy. We just messed up a quest there too for the Empire, and I think I released most of them. There are a couple of them that I keep. But I released them to get back goodwill with the Empire because I did not mean to mess that up. They dropped, and they had parasitic abacia, and they needed to be rescued, not captured, and I accidentally captured them instead. So it killed the quest. By this point, Yulian and Sangria are together. But they're not Sangouphages yet. It took me a while to get me a Sangouphage. It took me quite a while to get a Sangouphage. Yep, noses for everyone. Sangria was missing a nose. Gabby was missing a nose. Ooh, where am I going now? I'm going somewhere and I'm taking a shit ton of people with me. If I get to a good spot where I can see the whole base, I'll pause it. Alright, so here's a good place to take a look. So we've got the children's area down there. We got the residential area starting. We got the prison almost completely done. I did shrink that room up there and get rid of that wall. What's going to be our research bay and our library is done, and we have a really good start over here on the storage rooms. And this is year 14, so not bad. Not bad at all. That's beginning the planning of the anomaly area too. We're also seeing a slight uptick in all the things that I have available, so we're good at keeping a good solid run going so far. I just want to know where I sent my people. I don't have a tag out here. Is this my redemption run? Is this where I actually get my stiffy? I don't think so. I don't think I go for my staff until after I've got the holder for it. Oh, this is the second Pokinoke base destroyed. That's right. So we just go in and there's not a whole lot here. But that's exactly what we did. That was the second Pokinoke base. Or it was a base. It was somebody's base. I think it was Pokinoke. I think Pokinoke had like a satellite office there. It wasn't their actual base that we could destroy. Because I do remember they had, we had a quest where we had to go clear them out from somewhere. That's why I accepted it. So that was Imp growing up. Imps are now our third Sangouphage. And I was waiting for my people to get back home before, I was hoping they would get back home before this raid started. Because I didn't have my A-team, but it didn't matter anyway, because those traps are really OP. Those traps are like super duper OP. It's the very last little bit of water there before I can clear out that hallway. This is still before I have my Harbinger trees as well. Harbinger trees are great. I love them so much. See, so this is, if you look at this now, then compared to now, it's very dark. It's very gloomy. There are no colors. You know, we're just now starting to put colors in the residential area, but nothing else has been colored yet. So, and I'll bet you money we went to the Pokinoke. Let's go ahead and go to episode 41. Ah, Staff of Destruction. That's the one we want. So this is where I go and we get our stiffy. Finally. So it's also around this time that I realized that we really do need XXL stack. So either we've just gotten it, or this is about the time I realized we really need it. We've got some more babies growing up. We had a little bit of a thing, but we still only have Core, Silver, and Irma for our housemaid brigade. And we're loading everybody up, and we're going to go clear something out as part of a quest. It doesn't take long. And we just kind of clear it all out and grab all the stuff we can. And we just reload up everybody and send who we can. Blemish has also been a spectacular colonist. I know we lost Carter because of him. Well, technically because of me, but I'm blaming it on Blemish. But between him and Julian, they are like a powerhouse of builders. This is where we go and add shit. Yep, this is the one where we go and add a lot of different mods, better kibble, bulk everything. Yeah, this is where we go and add a couple of adds. We add a couple of mods. Fortunately, there was no backlash from adding those mods. We did really good. And it took forever to release those guys, and this is somebody's ascension ceremony. That's the one that I messed up, and that's where we go in and we take a look at our sliders again. And we adjust for wealth and faction and all that stuff. Here we go. We're loading everybody up. We're taking everything that we can. This is where I go for my redemption run. Now, moving forward, the next time I have a series, I promise you guys, I will make file backups where I can put everything together and just fast forward it the normal way. This is the best I can do with what I've got. I'm learning lessons not only about the game, but also on the streamer side of it and the recording side of it, how to do better. So next time I'll have all that. I can splice them together in a simple editor, and like you know, time lapse the whole damn thing. All right, so here we go. This is our redemption run. So we ended up having quite a few. But the main difference is I have frontmen and I have back linesmen. I've also got everybody in armor. We're getting some burns here, but not a lot. I've also got one of them bad boys. That is a doomsday launcher, and it definitely kaboom-ba-doomed. So taking that absolutely helped. Right now I'm just getting my people the fuck out of Dodge to make sure that they're going to be okay. And we're already patching people up as soon as they're down. So not only did I make sure that I had enough people, I made sure that everybody had medicine on them and that everybody could heal them up as fast as possible. Now I'm just worried about what's inside. And fortunately, we've already, you know, did the structure and we've already awakened everything. They didn't respawn anymore, but everything they did do, we got. I'm just making sure I got all my stuff. That's the difference between a good run and a bad run. But I knew exactly what I was in for. So again, you know, that's the thing. It's not that I didn't know. I did know. I was just very, very confident in my non-existent skills. And there is Dickerson and Dave's. They're our very first two employed biological providers. We decided to keep them. They're unwaveringly loyal, but Dickerson know what they did. Dickerson set my shit on fire again. Milton did it and I let him go. I wasn't about to let Dickerson get away with it too. I had enough and I was done, buddy. So we finally got our staff there. Let's go ahead and get it back to episode 45. That's our baby Palooza. And here's our babies and brains. So here we've got a lot going on, but we have all of our babies out. We have added Oak, Aspen, Elder. And the boys are about to be born as well. Lion, Mesa, and Prairie. Poor Mesa. I still feel bad about Mesa, but here's where we're getting everything set. We've started a lot of the bigger projects on the side. We've done a lot of the digging out. And we've got a little bit of the modifications going. We're moving everybody into residential halls. We've got all the kids in the kids' rooms. It's going well. Also, this is one of my favorite tracks from P Music, by the way. Absolute favorite. It's a banger. We got the throne room and the oracle beginning. And here's where I've got where our storage is starting to come together. That was a lot of work too. A lot of things to remember. A lot of different cycles to track and, you know, make sure I've got stuff here and there and everywhere and places for it. Also, I adore that purple floor. It's not a good floor. It's just regular smooth stone painted purple, but I love it. I love it with all of my crooked little hearts. And I'm still trying to find a good spot to pause if I can get a good eye shot of the base. Oh, look at your little baby. I love the dinosaur costumes in this. The kids' clothes are fucking adorable. Alright, so here we have the completed kids, the completed nursery, and it looks like we're almost complete with the residential area as well. And we got some mechs being made again too. This is also the point where I decide that Yar, who's a male, not a female, because I named him after Tasha Yar. That's where we figured out that they are absolutely going to be our next Mechanator. Which means we have to start the hunt for another Mechanoid chip again. We got lucky. We got the first one like off the rip. Still no Harbinger trees though. And I think we're still relying on this point. We're still only relying on our spike traps. Here's another good outlook there. That includes the kitchen, the bottom part of the residential area, and everything that we've done so far. Plus the farming area, the animal run, and some of the storage room. So far, I have not played such a fun run of Rimworld before. Now, I've played with super mods. I've tried with Jedi. I can never get my Jedi to work. My Jedi don't Jedi correctly. I think my Jedi would be better off as Sith, but that's just my brain playing tricks on me. Also, I'm going to have to finish the rest of my CS snack. But I've never had such a fun run. Has it been aggravating? Absolutely. Dropping the difficulty helped, but it did not save me from being an idiot. The difficulty is on 20 to 30, and we're gonna go to get that sun blocker. It doesn't save me from being an idiot with my pawns. I totally get super overconfident with them. And like I said, if they had the option of being in this world without me, they would probably be just fine. But I put them in dangerous situations that they don't need to be in. And what's a little bit of a base without a fire in it? Here's the sun blocker. And it looks like we're not going to have any issues with that. By this point, I've got slammer hammers on just about everybody, and the difficulty is still down. So it does help a bunch. So here is a good shot of what is eventually going to become our Oracle room and our throne room and the very beginnings of our royalty wing. I did play with that a lot because I originally didn't like that full layout, so I had to play with it a little bit to see what I like most. And that did get some getting used to. I was trying with the storage rooms. I was trying to, the people that were going to be working in there, I tried to match the colors to their favorites. And I don't mind the look now. I don't mind it at all. It's very colorful. It's also before I learned that I could do vertical stripes, and vertical stripes are amazing and wonderful and awesome and everything that's great and good in this world. And we're also, right now, the one that we're working on, we should be working on the Snuggie of Life. That's the one that we're absolutely trying to get to then. And then we have the Chalice of Sea. Or CC's Chalice. So right here, we're just trying to make sure that everything is just right. And our housemaid brigade is doing a fantastic job on helping keeping the place clean. Because we finally added Lauren. They don't last long, spoiler alert. They try to flee and they get... Their body, however, is not where we can get them again. They're done. They're tostated. There's no bringing them back. But here we have the beginnings of Oak, Aspen, Elder, Lion, Mesa, Prairie, and Dune. So those were my Baby Maker 9000 babies, and that's the reason why we're playing another rendition of Sweet Home Alabama. I just thought that'd be great if the overseer of our colony was the dad. I did not follow that track out to its logical conclusion because I just thought it sounded like fun. And Julian was having a hard time, and he'd have all these kiddos to be so super proud of. And this is even before I realized that Julian was going to be our Sangouphage. Also, that damn freezer in that medical bay loves to catch on damn fire. My auto quality keeps dropping. So that's one of the things. And of course, you know, we got all the babies. You know, everybody's feeding them. So we lost a good bit of suppression. So I'm very glad that we only had the 1 to 5 colonist rule, and I did not add any more housemaids until after the kids could help with suppression, because we had like so many breaks during this time because there wasn't enough adults to watch after both our housemaids and the children. So not a whole lot of suppression was going on. A lot of it was just their suppression got low and then they tried to run. Here's where we're starting the beginnings of our power bay. And that was actually part of the pre-planned. I did expand it though. That wasn't part of our pre-planning. That was because I knew we needed more than one. Oh, Lady and Tony were getting married. That totally doesn't end in disaster. Jeez. Also got Angel's Archon ceremony. So right then, that quest should have triggered. The one that I messed up on day 1, save 1. That's the whole reason why we needed to get the original reason why we needed to get dev mode. So there are our babies. Let's go up 5 more episodes. It's the Hambush, Family Day, Frackin' Water Mechs, Chalice Hunting. So that's the very last day, and this is the last one of our Chalice Hunting. So this is Chalice and Chomps. And I am going to try to pause this as soon as I get the thing. So this is after I did everybody's custom thing. So here we got a good bit that's going on. And we are also working on that side because I moved the water pumps to that side because this water mech scared the piss out of me. This is where we're starting to kind of get color in the hospital area. Our Mechanitor line is going. We've got a little bit of color in the storage buildings. But the only room that's completos finitos at this point is still the nursery. Oh, here's a good one. So we take a look out, and you know, we started in this little area right up here, and this is episode 50. This is halfway through our episodes, and we have all of this done already, and that's still only like maybe 20% of our total goal. If you look up here, you can see that we've opened up that corner and we've already closed off that corner. I've got the Power Bay 1 run done. The only thing that added to this was the Booms Farm. The Booms Farm was originally not a part of that. I thought we could just do it on rice alone. So. Technically we did, because we had like 50,000 built up, because I continually had that, you know, producing. We got rid of that quick because that scared the shit out of me. And here we had a couple of kids down with the flu, unfortunately, and that's something that, you know, just happens. Sometimes the kiddos get sick. We'll try to make sure that they stay okay. They're also set on like the best medicine, and they're also forbidden to go anywhere. We're pulling up a lot of stuff, but this is where we're starting to get into like a good bit of the detail work. If I get out of my damn way. Got a little bit of a Trados situation. We're starting on our books, but we don't have that many yet. Trust me, that'll change. See here, that's where we have the new floors. That's where we have our housemaid barracks. That's just so good. We're also working on sorrow and sin. There's two mice on my thing. I'm just trying to figure out which one's my mouse from the game and which one's my mouse on my laptop. Again, spite traps are so OP, it's not funny. This will be considered like early mid game here. On a normal run, this would happen in like year 5 without all the building. Velcro buddy, you gotta move, bud. I've fed you twice since this stream has started. It's only 6 hours long, my dude. You could, oh, it's only been 5 hours. It's not half as long as I thought it was going to take. And we are going to jump every 5 episodes, and we're just going to take a quick sneaky peeky and see how the base is progressing. A lot of the heavy hitting stuff and a lot of the explanation on how it's going and what I'm doing and how everything's working out. A lot of that. Oh, okay, that wasn't my people. That was our friends that we called in because we're out of everything. That was actually a pretty big raid. I don't believe I have any deaths in this episode. I don't know. I don't think so. And they flee pretty quickly as well. But we give chase. We're no punks. We absolutely give chase. And we have our trees started now. Yep, we have our very first Harbinger tree. We added Owl to our employed biological providers by this point. So we have 3, and that's before I've got my Sangouphage started. So we were planning for Sangouphage before we got Sangouphage, which is actually a really good thing to do. You do want to make sure that you plan before you need something in this game. Like if you know you're going to need a lot of bricks, you need to plan out your digging method. If you're going to dig with the drill or oh, is that another toxic fallout? Yep. I'm trying to get all my people inside. There we go. Because they can take a little bit of the toxic fallout, but not much. DR had a little bit of a mental break there, but they're okay. There's one of my flame ceremonies. They usually don't end up well, but that's okay. That's a place where everybody goes and bitches, so I completely understand that. And I do a couple of these because I'm not entirely sure how I want this to look yet. And I think we just added Unagi Cafe that adds like all the cute little bits and pieces that we can put on tables. Yep. See, I messed up here and I actually went and deconstructed a wall or two. Power lines are notoriously bad. So when we go and we get our power done, the allow tool allows you to select just the one thing. So we'll be able to go and clean that up really faster than what we thought. Princess is actually, that's Lady and Tony's babies. Princess and Prince. Little did I know I was going to lose Lady too. King's still with us though, which means that I haven't broken him yet. And the whole reason why we lost King is because I did not pack his Luciferium and I gave him a mono sword that was painless. So when we get to there, I'll slow it down and we'll actually watch what happened because it's actually pretty painful.
Hey, if Skylar and Ariston don't want to go to Olive Garden, Mom's gonna come. And I'm drunk.
I love my family. I love my family so much. Evidently, we're going to Olive Garden on Sunday. That's amazing. Tomorrow is my rest day. I get to go and me and my mom are going out in the morning. We're going to go and just, go get the items that we need. She needs to get to the big Walmart. I'm going to go with her, spend time with her. We're going to have a late lunch. And then my boat friend, we're going to go and do the sunset cruisy thing. And then we're going to have supper afterwards. It's going to be a lot of fun. I've got a boat buddy. Alright, so this one is where they actually break through here. The other side is perfectly okay, but this is where they dig through my base. And I'm a little pissy about it at first, because the time I get over here, everybody's already broken from there, so I gotta send everybody back. And it's taking a bit. I actually go and help them dig it out, so that way I can wreck their face. I think the only one that goes down is No. And he's brought up pretty quick. But that also means I have to plug said hole. And Lady's baby, the next baby was a stillborn. So we absolutely used a Resurrector Mech Serum on them. And we're going to probably be doing that here in the next second or two. Yep. And I believe his name was Tiger. No, no. He's already there. So that's baby. No, that's right. All right, we're loaded. We're getting loaded for bear. We're getting ready to go. So this is also another good outer shot. So we see the entirety of the base here, and did some work. All right, and we're away to the next chalice, I think. Our last chalice. The Snuggie we grabbed before, so this is the last of the ones that we need. Yep. So I learned my lesson. Everybody's loaded for bear, but this is also where I realized that you cannot far skip mechs. So we lose just about all of the mechs for Yar here. I actually do go back. I have her disassemble a few, and then we bring the parts home. I think the only one that survived was the Scyther, which we named Ruckly later. Because it didn't clear the quest. I'm sitting there, I've got the stuff. That's because we have people on the map. And those are considered people. So I tried to think about the fastest way we could get there, because, you know, I'd already used my one. So I'm like, okay, all right, so what are we going to do? How are we going to fix this? I even went and asked my bro Chacho. I'm like, hey, you know, what do we do with this? And our final idea was to just send the Mechanator with a transport pod. And that's exactly what we ended up doing. We put Yar in a transport pod and sent her with enough stuff to make another transport pod, which I forgot the freaking components. I remember the steel and chem fuel. I forgot the components. So I sent them out, and they go, and I'm sitting there like, are you kidding me? So she gets out there and she doesn't have enough to send them. So I'm like, okay. So we deconstruct. We got some more steel. And I found like, okay, so we're going to get rid of the Militors. It just takes a bit. And there's the rest of the steel for the pods. And this is where I decide who's going to go and who's not, because we only have enough for 2 trips. So, I send them out and we're back home. And we have a beautiful, beautiful ceremony. And we have all of our items. We have all of them. We have my Staff of Destruction, we have the Chalice, we have the Snuggie of Life. Let's go ahead and go to episode 55. Oh, I remember this one. So this is Cluster Madness. So we have we clear it, but oh, it was a trial. It was absolutely a trial. By this point, we do have the Murder Later up, but it's not 100% functionable yet. So that's why I don't have it. Everybody's still going down, and they're preferring to go through the traps instead of the Murder Later. So I realized that I've got to close that off. Core tried to escape, and other people are like, nope. You're not going nowhere, bitch. Oh, my trees. This is a good time that I haven't had a really good close-up of our trees yet. So those are the Harbinger trees. They're part of Anomaly, and I love them. Look at them hugging all the dead bodies. Also, the rule for the Pokinoke is we don't take nothing from the Pokinoke. They're not good for body parts. They're not good for genes. They're not good for nothing. I'm debating on whether or not capturing the last.
Do you know how old Granny was when she died?
Granny was born in 1904.
Jesus Christ, she was fucking old.
Well, she died in 81, so that would have made her just 70.
I mean,
72,
okay,
72, 73.
She looks a lot older than she was, I guess.
She had a rough fucking life, too.
I guess so. I was just wondering because we were talking about Clint's Granny. Okay, sorry, Bug. Love you.
Love you. Yeah, no, that's about right. I think she was born in 1904. My sister is so drunk. It's so fucking cute. I love my sister so much. So here we are, and we're still working on that. And we're actually, so meditation circle. And we're finding a spot for it right now. And I'm not sure where I want to put it yet. But we're working it out. There we go. That's where I decided to put it. CC outside circle, finish the storage area, meditation circle. So we're actually working on all of those at one time, and it's amazing. This is also about the time I'm noticing the light glitches that we're having in our game, and that is something we just have to give them more light. It's very simple. If you see a glitch, put more light in it. It'll be fine. Nobody will ever know. Just add another bit of light. It'll be fine. There's that mech cluster. That's the big motherfucker. This one was rough. But I didn't want it to set. I didn't want it to set for too long. So I put everybody in the house. Like, you guys cannot go outside. Stay inside. So I'm taking my 18 and I'm having them all just dump everything they've got. Which isn't a lot. What I'm trying here is I'm trying to get a skip jump so I can but it hits King. So King doesn't die here, but it's awful fucking close. So we call in friends. We try to get them to come through the murder later, and only a few of them want to come through the murder later. And here come a little bit more. So we do get a bit. This is really the first test of our murder later, and it actually doesn't go that badly. This is where I also find out that we can't have it on that wall. We have to have it centered up. So it does show me that there are room for improvements here. I also haven't learned yet to keep my people behind the line of fire. So Lady gets a good hit here. And I finally send in my melees to clean them up. Not without some major damage though. King is almost completely incapacitated, but we do clear the mech cluster of all the other side mechs. We still have to go in and get all of the things. So I go in, I have everybody heal up as much as possible. I do try to go rescue some of those guys up there, but I just can't. It's all I can do to make sure that King is alive. And that is... Woo, that's rough. And that was my bad. Because I set off that and I didn't realize that it was an AoE. And it definitely was an AoE. So King gets up here and starts horking back to the base, which is the only thing that saves him here. The Luciferium kicked in and was like, bitch, you ain't dying today. That's the only thing that saved us there. Here's the last of the Scragglers coming in, but they get pretty much obliterated by a murder later. Now here's where I get smart. I decide that we're just going to mine through, because that other end is completely closed off. There's no way they can get to the base on that side. And Princess became an adult there. She's got some badass skills too. So I've got my miners going over there and we're trying to mine it out. And I'm having to do it like one little pixel bits at a time because I don't want Tony in danger. Also, I found a steel vein that is very important. So now that's open and I have a way in of getting, and there it goes. The second mech cluster, right on top of the first one. I had it, and at least friendlies came in, but here come all the other guys. My murderlator is already hurt. I've got some that aren't like doing what they're supposed to do. And I finally send my people in the back way, and I really try to annihilate them. And it works, kinda. I got a test run that follows us in, but that's perfectly fine. We've got their attention now. And they are, you know, they're kind of spreading out all over the map, and that's fine. But we're still not cleared of the mech cluster yet. And we can't bomb them because of the shields. But I can do something else. I get a Doomsday rocket launcher out. I line it up. I punch where I can. I pop smoke that protects our people. Here I messed up because I forgot these things explode. So right there we lost Prairie, but we bring him back. Don't you fear. Don't you worry. By this point, I've had all of the Resurrector Mech serums that I could possibly need. I think I have like 5 at this point, even though we just used one last time on the baby. That is mech cluster cleared, baby. And that's Prairie brought back to life. And so everybody's still sad. Even though you bring them back, they're still very sad. So we got hunters lacking weapons. We got all this kind of crazy stuff going on. And there were mech cluster after mech cluster after mech cluster after mech cluster. It was crazy. Alright, so here's episode 60 is plans and batteries. So let's take a look at what I was doing this episode, huh? There we go. So that's the revamped Murderlator. So that's the one that has the funnel on each side, but the AI usually only picks one side to go in, which is fine. We're working on moving more of the water. We're almost done. We're almost done in the interior. It takes time. And here's the beginnings of Wall Oracle. So I did not plan this in my planning world. I decided I was going to do that live on stream with you guys. And then I was going to take it, you know, and then I was like, wait a minute, we can't do that because then the pattern's wrong. But I did get a good idea about where I wanted it to be. So here's the beginnings of Wall Oracle. And I decided I was going to do a test run to see if I liked the way it looked when it was built. And we're also still doing the CC Oracle, outside Oracle area. But this is where I wanted to actually see if I was going to like what I wanted. I thought for the first bit that I wasn't going to have a way in and out, and I decided that was silly. Because my people still have to go in and out. So we're just doing a little bit of a test run. It's mostly steel and wood, I think, that we have out of there. I've also got to work around where our things are. And I thought that I was going to do the triangles in the center, but I changed my mind on those, and I'm really glad I did. I love the pattern that we have now. It's gorgeous. We had a little bit of a prison break, or that's where Vara died. Yeah, my colonists do not play when it comes to that. We like them well enough, but they're employed here. They're not ours to love. And here's where I decide that I want like a little sitting area. And Pasquior, we learn about Pasquior later. Pasquior is the leader of the other empire that we are totally not going to betray later. I see that and I decide that I love it, but it needs a little bit of work. It's too cramped, you can't really see the design. So I decided that we're going to expand those for Nindo's it and see how we like it. And we're just about ready to do the CC Chalice area, but I didn't want to start it until it's completely clear and we can put flooring down. And we're still using the spike traps, so we haven't closed off that area completely yet. I don't think we don't put those down until Wall Oracle is completed. Hey, Hellraiser. Yes. Well, that's the whole reason why I'm doing this for episode 100, is that this goes from episode 0 to year 0 to year 30, and it covers episodes 1 to 100. So yeah, and I love going back and seeing, because a lot of this stuff was like either knee-jerk reactions because my people were completely boned. Yep, lurking is perfectly acceptable, my dude. So it's just one thing to go in here and take a look and see what my thought process was on it and all the adjustments, because even if you do have a good plan, plans change. If you have a great plan, plans change. You can plan for something great and get something shitty and have to completely redo it, but it's perfectly fine to do that. And there's the proper outline, you know. Wall Oracle was never a thing on my planning map. It was something that I decided that I wanted that exterior barrier. I wanted that outline for my vision. It does work kind of as a security barrier, but it's not a great one. People can drop pod into it all the time. But seeing the Murderlator come up from just a 3-prong thing to this beautiful funnel, and the reason why it's a funnel, you know, so I'm really happy. I just wish that I could have squished everything together in a little bit more compact way, because right now this is 16 times and we're almost on hour 6. I'm only on episode 60, so I'm having to jump 5 episodes at a time. But I did spend a lot of time on the up to the point where, you know, I was recovering from losing all my OGs again and getting the babies up. So it makes sense. For the year 100 one, we'll go and we'll do it in the 10-year chunks. But I know better. I mean, you know, you learn as you learn. I've never done a retrospective like this before. It's really fun. And I get to see how badass my colonists have become, going from a straggly mess to taking out thrombos. like nothing. I mean, so this game teaches you as much as you want to play it. And it's badass. I love this game so much. Yes. And technically, we're not even into year 30 yet. So this is the plans that I've got. This is a Start to Wall Oracle. This is where we lose Lady. I'm going to take just a minute to go here. So this is what happened. So Lady's on an expedition, and she gets into an area where she is massively hurting. She has... I had to settle the tile, but she is suffering from pollution sickness. And I'm trying my damnedest to get her to heal up and get her side focus up so she can far skip. She's the only one that had far skip, and I'm sitting there, I'm trying to have her meditate, and it's just not happening. So she goes down here rather quickly. But just going down doesn't mean that she's not going to be, the caravan is lost, because you can always get back up. You could have a man in black. So what kills her is the poison. So I'm sitting here and I'm trying to figure out, how the hell.
Shrimps are done, and there's a cup of water next to the stove. Unfortunately, I ate all of the mushrooms, but there's now cabbage. Love you.
I love your face. So there's the birth of Duck, and I'm sitting here, and we're trying to get her side focus up so much. Yeah, thank you so much, Hellraiser. I'm having a lot of fun with it. So I'm just sitting here. I'm trying to make sure that she's getting her side focus up. I'm doing the best that I can, and she goes down. I start to, panic. I'm panicking, Anakin, because she still has some time when all that's done. And right now, I don't know how bad it is until she's incapacitated. That's probably around here. Because here I'm looking for jump ports. So I've already got, I am panicking. So I've got Blemish loading up. And I've got the stuff for him to do transport pods. And right here, I add set up camp. And I'm glad I didn't use it, because it would have bugged my game to shit and gone. Because you cannot do set up camp while you have camps out or runs out. So I'm trying to load everything up. I got to resurrect her mech serum because I'm trying to get there before she dies. And it's not happening, my dudes. It's not happening. So I'm trying so hard. And there he is. He's on that tile. He's getting everything he needs. I forgot components again, so he's digging some up. He's getting everything set that's well within range. And then caravan lost. So I lost Lady that day just because I wasn't paying attention. And they're just gone. So this episode is Devil's in the Tooth, and I'm pretty damn sure that I went and poked the Pokinoke on this one. I'm pretty damn sure that's exactly what happened. Yeah. That was insane and so tense. So tense. Because I was like, I can't. So we lost her. There's no getting her back. Her body is, there's no getting her back. There's the Cece's outside oracle that just got completed. I'm trying to get a good outer view so we can see how well everything's going. And again, even with XXL stack, we're still running into the issue where there's not a lot. See here, this has changed since the original version because I only had 2 bedrooms. This is supposed to be the Mechanitor complex. So now I've changed it to 3 because by this time I've decided we are definitely going to have 3 Mechanators. Because Gabby was almost completely maxed out and Yar's our battle mech. I didn't want her having domestic mechs as well. So here's another good outlier. So this has got everything that we've got so far. You can see the colors are popping now. We got the vertical stripes. We've got a lot of the patterns on in the rec rooms. There's a lot going on here that was done in just really a very short amount of time. So it didn't do too bad. And here's another really good shot. So up top here we have Power Bay 1 and our outside wind farm. This is where we started the Booms farm. The Booms farm is the reason why we sent Lady out in the first damn place, is to get boomalopes. Okay. The beginning of the Royal Wing is starting. Our area down here is complete as finitos. We got our mausoleum in. We've got our storage area being completed. It's not complete yet. We're still working on that. We've got our visitors dormitories. We've got our research bay. We've got our library. We've got our hospital. We've got our prison. We've got our nursery. We've got our main residential area, including the Mechanitor cluster. We have our Sangouphage buildings. We finally have the Sangouphage. We have a couple of barracks in here. We have our main dining, our main kitchen, our main storage. And we're working, or we got the plans for while Oracle begun. So yeah, to take that from absolutely nothing to what we have is, I think I did a good job. And I'm very hard on myself with a lot of stuff, but I think I've done a very good job with this base so far. Got more to go. And there's the beginnings of Wall Oracle. I called it Wall Maria for forever. That's what made me want to go back in and rewatch Attack on Titan, even though it's a sad show. Good news, my wall doesn't have Titans in them. My wall is containing my Titans. You don't want me to venture forth. There's no sallying forth. Let's not open thine gates and go, because when I leave, one of two things are going to happen. Either I'm going to fuck you up or somebody I love is going to die. And in which case, I come back and fuck you up later. And so we definitely don't want to, I don't want to cross the streams there. If everybody leaves me alone and I get to decorate my pretty base, everything is fine. But the Pokinoke didn't do that. So that's why we were going after said Pokinoke. Oh, and it's so pretty. It really is such a pretty base. It's got all the colors and it's got life. It's got movement. It's got stuff be happening, yo. Even at night, I've got mechs walking around. And I can't wait until we get a little bit further into it, because then, you know, I'll have different areas and different beds set up for different people. Yeah, go back to the good shit, buddy. Yeah. And that's where I decided I can take away Overhead Mountain on the outside, just to make sure that our wall Oracle has that pretty look to it. And this is very close to when I decide that I need props in my base. So this is very close to when we go and we get the props. Here's the finishing for Power Bay 1. And you can see in the chat log on the left hand side of that, you can see the bots are still coming out to play. I don't know what it is about Twitch and bots and the smaller streamers, but I definitely don't need any help with anything. I'm perfectly fine in my mediocrity. Leave me alone. Got a medical emergency on somebody. It's not one of my people. I'd be freaking out if it was. We're sitting there and we're going through my people. Nothing wrong. Everybody's got their weapons. It's just so pretty. That's Scoutman. Scoutman is still... I don't think I've used them yet. I think they're still in my talent farm. This is pre-talent farm, I think. It's a good place to pause it again, too. Just to give you an overall look at the base. It's so colorful. So this one, I am just waiting on... What are we doing here? I think we're poking the Pokinoke. I don't know where it's at. It's close. It's my base. I'm pretty sure this is where I poke the Pokinoke. I may just send them a little present. Because I don't see where I send my people out. Yeah, I do. See where I send them out to. Yep, this is the Pokinoke base, I think. Oh yeah, no, we didn't leave any survivors. That's definitely that Pokinoke base there. So I love transport pods. Transport pods make this game go so good. So that's episode 65, and we're getting a lot of progress made. Structure clearing, that's what we're doing. Dang internet. Wall Oracle. Xmas and Diabolos. Episode 69 is named Nice. Don't judge me. And episode 70 says 70/80s, baby. I remember this episode because I was doing nothing but singing. There's where we're starting our talent farm, and we got our meditation circle up. We're working hard on Wall Oracle. Boom's farm is going well. Just waiting on a good... Oh, we're starting to get... Yep, starting to make some things. It's surprising how much actually goes into making some of this. It's just downright awesome. That's where the dang caribou were eating my damn barricades. Yidgets. Getting better at kiting enemies as well. So here's another good outlook, and this is just, we got some more lights in, we got the talent farm rolling. And I do believe we're beginning the Wall Oracle and the Royal Wing. Oh, that's where I tried the red on the outside. I did not like the red. I liked the black, but it didn't give enough pop, so we did decide on the purple. Also, the bison are super cute in this game, too. I don't have any bison. Because I got my muffalos, but the bison are adorable. And this is after I've learned that after we trade, we can absolutely gift them. And we'll be able to keep our faction affection at 100%. So this is some of the Royal Wing, and it definitely looks like a Christmas box because it was during Christmas that I built it. Yes. Yeah, we're on episode 70, so I've got just a few more, and I'm not watching the whole episodes this time. I'm just skipping through, taking a look, and because this one is just where I'm singing 80s songs, I think. Don't think a lot's going on here. So let's go up a couple episodes. Burnt Umber Overlord. I remember that too. That's my short run. I was had a very bad day that. The Who's Gonna Pet Mommy episode. Miracle at Transmission Light. So this is where after I got my car, they were able to fix it. So let's take a look at 75. All right, so this is the mini tour. This one I absolutely want to watch all the way through. But while we see, because this has got a beautiful opener right here. It's the entire base. And we have like a little mini in-depth tour where we're actually looking at buildings. A lot of the construction on one Oracle is completed. We're just going in with the paints for the left-hand side. I don't even think I've begun the right-hand side because we have to get the water pumps out there. But this is a whole lot harder than it looks like, and also the sound it makes is so gross. Putting down singles of the die sounds is so gross. I normally enjoy the hell out of the ASMR in this game, but that sound is just grody. One particular sound I don't like. It sounds like somebody touching slime, and it's so gross. So gross. Working on there, it looks like we're starting the plans for Power Bay 2. We're using what mountain we have, and we're trying to, you know, because that area was right there, part of our natural defenses. And I was like, okay, well, what can we put there? And we definitely needed another Power Bay. I am still planning on splitting the feeds up. And here we're just going to the different areas. Just showing them off, getting a little bit of detail in there. That's our prison. Our prison is looking awesome. Our library, our research room. All of our little areas, our kitchen, our not yet quite functionable everything. Our Booms farm. Our murder later. And those are really good long range on that. And there we go. So that is 75 years of progress, or 75 episodes of progress, 25 years of building, and in the map. Isn't that so pretty? It's so pretty. Now, if I could just stop killing my colonists, because I've killed more than one. I've killed more than two. I've killed more than a few.
I left the chicken and shrimp on the stove for you, and the napa cabbage. Not
right.
Kimchi. We're out of kimchi.
Okay, love you. So here I'm making sure I've got support. Okay, that's the first thing. I'm making sure we damn sure got support. And the second one is I'm just making sure that, you know, we've got enough room for all the bays that I'm planning. I know, I'm hungry, but I am adamant I'm gonna get through to my last tea episode. So here's where I decided to put plasteel floors down for everything, because I was so tired of everything being so damn dirty, especially in the kitchen, because people were getting sick and they didn't need to be. And these are insanely expensive to put down. I mean, this wiped me out of plasteel, and it's very important that I have plasteel, because that's what our murder litter is built out of. Not to mention all of our mechs and all of our body parts and all of our pieces. I think that's all that's going on. We just did like a little mini tour. So this is where we're talking about the taverns and bays. This is the power bays and taverns. Lucky Sevens, which wasn't lucky. Mech Be Gone. Xenogerm Panics. Brain Drain. Episode 80 was called Brain Drain, and I know what that was about. That was another day where I was beat. I was beat to death from that day. And so this one will be a really, really fast one to watch, because I wasn't on for very long. I was in here, I was ready to get to it, and then I sat down and I'm like, oh fuck. Everything hurts. Why does everything hurt? But just the evolution of the base is just so fascinating to me. This came out of my brain. This came out of my brain. I did this, and it's super exciting to watch. I'm just floored and so excited and so hype about it. And I've got another 61 years to go. 69. 60. There's a thing in there. So this is I'm feeling better. It did not take long at all. So let's go ahead and go to episode 85. It's a happy new year. It's a cuddly new year. All right, so this is our Xenomechs. So this is where we put our Xenogerms and all of our Mechanitors. I've got to go back. And be really fast on the pause button. There we go. So here it is. So we've got Wall Oracle almost completed. I don't have the lights in there yet. I did run a couple of years where it was covered in snow. But she's a beast. And we're not even done. We're not even partially done. We're not even close to being done. What we are close to is getting a lot of lag. So we've got to, if we're going to build floors and stuff, we have to make sure that there's an opening. Like when I go to redo the floors, I'm going to open the doors so that way the floors are to the outside, so we don't get that huge glitch that we had, or the huge lag spot that we were getting when we redid some of the floors on the inside. When we redid the floors, that was pretty rough. Here we're producing, and we're this is Babette. This is where Thrumbo is finally a Mechanator, and this is where we're actually getting the genes in. We're doing the second bit of the Xenogerms to make sure that they're the best mechs that they can be. So we got Deathless Scarless, very unhappy fast runner, and I think I add. Yep, that's just our immortal mechs. Now, mortal does not mean immortal. All right, if you damage their brain, they can't come back. They can die. So we actually kill Gabby. Unfortunately, I don't mean to kill him, but we do accidentally kill him. Of all things, it was hunting insects. Of all things, it was just the insects runs. So here, even this is about 15 episodes ago. And we still have a whole lot that we've done between then and now. I don't even think we've decided to call our tavern the Drunken Fred yet. And also, this is where I stop, past where Lady dies. That's where we've kind of stopped losing colonists. So there, other than Mesa, us losing Mesa, where I could not get him back because he took a rogue shot to the head and his whole head exploded. There's not any more tragedies. I've learned to keep my people pretty much safe. I've learned to pick my battles and to make sure that my Archons have ample time to regenerate and refuel and do all that they can do. So this is just more building. Let's take a look at episode. That's Nitpickle, Winging It, Distressed, Miscellaneous Errands, and here's the tavern. This one's a nice one. So this one is where we decide that we're going to call it the Drunken Fret. And this is where we really kind of get into it, and we get like the color layouts, and we decide exactly what we're going to do with it. I'm super excited. And sometimes when I get into the goals and rules, I like to really break it down, especially if something new has happened, or I just feel like going over it again. The artwork, the lovely, glorious artwork. And the background is super, super awesome. So this is right before we did the ending, the royalty ending. This is right before that we're going to start all of that. The reason I decided that we were going to do the royalty ending is that we have limited gene supply. And a lot of the people that are here, they were pulled from everybody's ovums, but Julian is the father. Also, look at that. Look how gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. But Julian is the father for like 99% of the children in this colony. So we have to have new blood so they can have relationships and have more babies and our colony can grow. I am firmly set on a hard limit of 50. And here we are, we're planning it out. And here's where I realized that it looks like a guitar. So I'm going to play into that. And just have a lot of fun with it. It's also where we're getting into our props. We're starting to use our props. It's probably a bad idea for that to all be wood, but it's okay. It'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Everything outside of our main Tasty Mountain home can burn. We learned that lesson when we lost Tooth. But I think my most embarrassing episode will be Pure Rage. That one, I should have booked it the second I did. The episode I'm most proud of is probably episode 1. The start, the beginning. There's the fact that I was able to do it, and I had my heart set on it, and I made the goal. That's where the magic started. I think I'm most proud of myself for episode 1. I'm most proud of my pawns all the time. They do such a good job for me. Even though I put them in life-threatening situations and danger like 99.99999% of the time. And I love the fact that they're here. They do sit neat, but I hate the fact they get so dirty. If it wasn't for the fact that plastic floors are expensive as shit, and it wouldn't make it look like a guitar, I would make those plastic floors, but I can't. It's got, that texture's got to be wood, and you'll see why later, because I end up texturing this up a whole lot. I know. There we go. Royalty ending. So we'll sit here and we'll just walk through this for a bit. So we've got a lot of stuff going on here. We've got, where is our peoples? Did I do this all in one shot? I did do this all in one shot. So here we're just waiting for our guests to leave. They had children and I did not want to start the royalty ending with them not being here. With them being on the map, because I wasn't sure how their faction would react to the Empire, because the Empire, if they don't like you, they'll fucking kill you. They give no warning shots. And here is where we are absolutely positively sure that we have to use dev mode to activate it. And like I said, that stems from episode 1 where that glitch was. And it's all because of the save state that I used to start my game. That's the only reason that was like that. And so we're sitting here and I'm just kind of, you know, I'm nitpickling everybody. I'm trying to wait for them to get off our map. Shortening the home zone. Right now we have Ali, and he's a Sangouphage that we captured, and she is Pasquior's mate. So before I started this, I thought that, you know, maybe he would be upset that we have his lover, and that we could possibly release her and gain more favor and affection. That's not what happened. Pasquior's a dick. He didn't care. He didn't care that we had his honey bunny. He didn't care in the slightest. And here they are. So we're sitting there and we're trying to look, and we're getting everybody set, making sure they have everything they need, setting all of their stuff, so that way they have nothing to do but have fun. Changing their drugs, changing all their stuff, making sure they have rooms. And then this happens. So I'm looking at Pasquior and I'm like, okay, do you not care that your honey's here and that I've got her imprisoned? He didn't care. He doesn't care that his lover's here. He did not care in the slightest. So here we are. One of the first raids was just a random drop and pop. Easily handled, not only by my mechs, but also by my colonists and all of the we have a shit ton of turrets everywhere. So I don't think any of my people got injured at all on this run. This is where I found out that even though it is overhead mounted, it does not mean that it cannot crush stuff. That's why I was so upset that our THTC mountain home has holes. It destroyed a kid's bed. What if one of my kids had been sleeping in there at the time? So that's why I go over it again and make sure it's all overhead mounted. And I go over it again in dev mode, God mode, to make sure that that is, in fact, all overhead mountain. The Drunken Fret is beginning to shape up. We've got some of the patterns in the wood coming together. I'm getting ready to, I'm thinking about, you know, doing the docks and stuff. But right now, I'm just worried about my people doing what they got to do. And talk about a little bitty ant colony with everybody so busy. We got movement all over the place, which is lovely. When you play like Minecraft or something, there's no movement. Everything's static except for a couple of the mobs that move. And that's rare. It's rare that mobs will move around in Minecraft when a player is not right there. So there's no... oh wow, that was a big raid. And that's when I set off the animal shocker. Yep. So the animals softened them up for us a good bit, and then my colonists absolutely wrecked face. I've got Gara and all of our team Naruto. They do get a couple people, get a couple scratches, but it's mostly just here. I accidentally set a couple people on fire because I put them directly in the line of fire of my Mechanitors, so. And right now, I'm just, trying to make sure that my mechs stay healthy, my colonists stay healthy. A couple people had bruises. Pasquior got into a social fucking fight with somebody, which is, I'm like, guys, don't piss off the leader of the Empire while we're trying to get passage off-world for some of our colonists. I was like, who did it? I still, to this day, I don't remember who pissed him off. But somebody had a fight with him. Because none of my people are hurt. And I'm sitting here like, well, I mean, I don't know who fought you, my dude. But Wall Oracle, as a defensive mechanism, it's not great. As a colorful border to our experience, it works wonders. It does help slow them down. It does create choke points. It does give the Shamblers items to bust through, so it gives us time to get over there. So it does work, but it's not like the pinnacle, be all, end all of all security walls. It's definitely not that. But it does work. And our goal long term is that I want to be able to do anomaly content without anything fucking up. I would love to be able to do anomaly content, have our entire base fully lit, and only have one way of coming in and out, which we have that. We have that now. But there are the things that pop up out of the ground. So if one of them spawns in my base, I want to make sure that I've got appropriate stuff. See, right here, we were pulling genes again. I was still trying. I didn't realize that I couldn't pull Archite genes. I was still trying to pull out more of the genes from the Sangouphages, and he doesn't care. He legitimately does not care that we're ripping genes from his lover. He doesn't care. Pasquior is a dick, which makes me feel slightly better about planning on betraying them later. And there's a mech raid. We didn't get many mech raids with this, but we do. These are. I do have termite come through, so I sent our side panels over and just waited for them to move in, which they really didn't do all that well. I mean, the wall works. It just doesn't work great. So I wanted to make sure that we got that repaired as soon as possible. So I sent everybody that would go, but Sangria was man on the spot. She did a wonderful job. It was easier than I thought it would be, but it still wasn't easy, if you get what I'm saying. It still did some damage. And it was still really rough to survive. Like the drop pods, I did not like at all. That's why I have a Tasty Mountain Home. But it was easier to fix than I thought. Because the drop pod raids scatter. So it's not as bad as having them on 1-to-1. They do kill my mechs pretty quick though, but those are all my domestic mechs. My battle mechs, if they're offline, they don't target them. Yeah, I'm still super upset about the walls collapsing in, but as those go, I'm not gonna complain. These are relatively easy fixes. I'm super excited to see where we go from here. I've actually got everything lined up for us to have a second tropical base, so that way we'll have midway points between everywhere that we need to go. I'm sending Iago and Amelia down there now. Also, I didn't get a chance to talk much about the Royal Wing and the Living World Suites. But if I get a chance to zoom in on and talk about those some more, I will. I love that area because it looks like a Christmas tree. It looks like it's Christmas in a box, and I love it. I was doing it during Christmas. The Christmas colors worked great with the jade floors that I'd already decided on, because jade is like the most richest thing you can walk on. But it just came together so well between the stripes and the verticals and the patterns. It was actually a lot of fun to build. And also, now I know I can't have certain things on certain walls or my colonists look like they're going up and down a zipper. Don't ask, it's very funny. And now the exterior of our base is completely done and we're completely safe. Well, Oracle is complete by this point. The right and the left side. And as you can see, it's working. Is it the best? No, but that's fine. It doesn't have to be. It's working for what I need it to work for. And with these in-game contents, you get raids like every other day. Every other day you'll get a raid. That was Trout Man. We didn't get to keep him. We rescued him, but he decided not to stay. Here's another raid, but they're all going into our Murderlator, so I decide that we're going to wait and see what they do. Oh yeah, they came down the side. It's all right. We have brethren up here. We got them in a pincer attack. People do get a little banged up. Angel goes down here, but I think she's the only one. Yeah. And then more food from my trees. My trees grew a lot. They got lots of snacks. And with the royalty ending, you can do it as many times as you'd like. We started on the shipyard outside of our base, and I'm actually thinking about redoing that, but I'm not quite sure. I was very tired Thursday. Worst case scenario, we're out a couple of bits of steel, but I would like to change that. I would like to go ahead and put it in its proper spot, which means that I've got some more power to produce and more moisture pumps, because that whole area over there is nothing but water. Arg. Yulian's getting the last of the ones together. Now, Pascuor did not seem upset that he didn't have a throne, so it's fine. He wasn't too upset about it, so I didn't feel the need to build him one, but I did need a big throne for, I think, Angel. She had her Archon and then lost it because she perished. That's really early game. She wasn't dead long. She's like dead for a day. Yeah, no, she's just dead for a day. But she lost her title And then when we rezzed her, she didn't get it back. Water mechs. All right, so we're going to take another look at that real quick. So if you'll look where they spawn in the water, connected to deep water. That's the trick. I'm not going to tell you guys how many wiki holes I had to go through to find that information out. It was a lot. There. So see, they're spawning in water that's next to deep water. They have to have that to spawn. So this one was a little interesting. We had to fight inside the maze with some scorchers. Fortunately, I had everything open still, so it wasn't a heat issue. It was just a timing issue. And even then, I mean, I managed to wreck face. We did take Tamari, and we lost somebody there. That's when Mesa died the first time. Poor guy, he got an unlucky shot, but we rezzed him immediately. There was no waiting. We rezzed him as soon as we could. I missed out on those thrombos. I know I missed out on those thrombos because I did not eat them. There we go. Yeah, I missed out on those thrombos, but my trees are getting absolutely all the snackums. And I was hunting for a body. And it was a while before I found his body, because his body disappeared. I couldn't find it. I was like, where'd you go? I just seen you. So somebody had him in transit, taking him somewhere, but we finally managed to find him, res him, and bring him back. This was, though, a lot of fun. It goes to show that I can handle more combat than I think I can. I'm still not out going out there and looking for combat, but if it comes to me or if it's the Pokinoke, yeah, we'll manage. I had those Sangouphages on my map for forever before I realized, one, I have to feed them. Two, I have to put them into their crypto sleep or their sleep schedule thingies. And again, another thing where that funnel is saving our ass because it is taking them forever to walk through it. And then I'm sending my mechs in here to clean it up instead of my people, so that way none of my people get hurt. And we had just had another Grand Rebellion try on that as well. Come on, YouTube. Thank you. We're almost done. Super excited. Super excited. I definitely made a day out of this. I thought, in my heart of hearts, I thought it wouldn't take longer than like 4 hours. Because once I realized I could go up to 16 speed, I'm like, oh yay. But that is a lot of content hours, guys. So we have 100 episodes. This is episode 100. We have 100 episodes under our belts. 30 years in this singular colony. And I think we're doing okay. I'm excited about it. There's our Drunken Fret getting built. And the ending should be super soon. We should only have 1 or 2 more raids, and then my people get on this shuttle and they leave. We sent Blur, Rock, and Tony, and I sent a couple. I think it was Lily and Teddy. I think. We'll find out here in just a minute. By this time, I'd already realized that the pygmy muffaloes were not a good thing to have in a small enclosure. They just weren't producing enough to offset their cost. They weren't cost effective. So once I took them out of the equation between the goats, the bulls, the cows, the chickens, everything kind of stabilized. So I haven't had a problem where they haven't had feed in like a year. So that's great. All right, here's one of our second to last raids, I think. And we sent a party out to, we sent some of the scouts out to handle most of that, and they did a good job. And they are using the tables in there. We just got to get them all fixed. And of course, the first thing we were doing, we were patching walls immediately. I was not giving them time to wait. I had somebody flagged and ready to go. Drunken Fred is looking super sweet. All right, so we're sending out Tony, Rock, Blur, Teddy, Lily. So we're sending out the 5. I did call that right. And then I think we sent Irma as well. And we kept them. There we go. The first credit scene of our series is right there. And then we keep on trucking on. So let's go to episode 95. That's after my wreck. So this is me feeling better and better. So here's where we get the sword unit all squared away. We can finally take it off our to-do list that has been on there for the longest time. We're getting the drunken fret in order. We're getting the frets actually on the drunken fret. And we're beginning to kind of get some of the little areas completed. We're double checking, lists and watches, and we had a raid like super soon after we had sent all them out, but that's perfectly fine. These guys are a little nimble, so some of them got through closer than what I'd like. But that's okay, because we took care of them. So on here, for our list, we need Bioferrite, we need Detect the Halls, Pangea, Sauna and Campsite, Animal Sanctuary, Orchard, Boomwatch, 5531. So by 5531, I have to send the Boomlopes out to pasture and put them on no medical care and just wait until they die. And this is the Drunken Fret. We're still working on that. We're trying to get it really, really good and pretty in there. This episode is where I should have also noticed that we're running out of bricks. Did I check my brick supply? No. So right there, we're at $6,000, which is a decent amount of bricks. But that's also when I started doing, I got everybody in art and got the art things done. And got all the builds and everything for that absolutely set. So we've come a long, long way since episode 1. A long, long way. And there's me setting up the moisture pumps to start the outside fishing area. Because this is where all of our fishermen are going to live and work. So that way there's movement everywhere. And that was Almond's first growth spurt, which is fantastic. Almond is a really good... Oh, that's after we killed Gabby and he's taking control of his mechs back. Yeah. Just so you know, you can have immortal beings, but if they get shot in the head, they are no longer immortal. Kind of defeats the purpose of putting immortal in that, but they do tell you off the rip, if you have a head injury, you can die. So, yeah. And here's also where we kill Sorrow and Sin, I think. Sorrow dies. And there's not a darn thing I can do about it. They're not ours. We do not love and cherish them. They're employees. And if they decide that they're going to have a grand housemaid rebellion in the middle of the day and not feel bad about it, well, neither will we. And here's some more merchants coming in. It's good to know that it's not the amount of pawns that are giving us problems, it's only floor work. I'll take it. That's also why I'm not willing to add any more mods to our list. I would have loved to have hospitality in here, so that way we could have like little areas for people to be active in. Because it just depends, because I think for our Tiki area I'll have our anomaly people, so there will be some movement, but I'd like for them to have a beach day or something. I'll have to figure out what to do with it. I'll work it out. All the areas will be used, so I'm looking forward to it. That's my Festivus. No, it's a Christmas festival. There's Donkey the turkey snuggler. We had to add him. I could not just have him as a housemaid. We had to add him for lore, because the way he showed up was just amazing. Pure amazement. I thought for a minute his arm looked like something I can't say because it's an adult stream, but it looked like he was sleeping on top of a weird pecker. It wasn't a weird pecker. I thought it was a weird arm at first, and I was like, that's a weird appendage. It's like, that really kind of looks like a weenus. And it wasn't. It was a turkey. It was the head part of a turkey tucked under his shoulder. So now we have Turkey the Donkey Snuggler, who's absolutely a vet. Beerus, buddy. What am I doing over here? Oh, this is where we're going to go and up. Nope. You, dude. Excuse me a moment. No. Alright, there's one else. Okay. Alright, so here's where we messed up. So I had originally did a neuroquake, but I did not realize that it has a range on the outside of it as well. I thought if you hit it, it fucked up the map. I was wrong. And I've used it before, so I should have known better. So I did know better. So I have all my people hiding, and then I called on every single permit I could, and then I far skipped everybody home once they're destroyed, because I do not take items from the dirty Pokinoke. I don't care if they've got a far skip in their base. I'm not looting it. Their loot is not worth my time. They are just to be annihilated. Now, I'm debating on whether or not I want to keep a pet Pokinoke in our colony. Make them a housemaid, make them immortal, and just have them clean. They don't lift a thing. All they do is clean. I'm really hardcore thinking about that. And they won't have their name. It'll just be, the name will be Pokinoke. That's it. So I'm really thinking about that. Now, I know that sounds scary coming from your fluffy girl, but they killed my Tooth. And Tooth doesn't deserve to be forgotten. At all. Not one bit. Was it my fault she died? Absolutely. But it wouldn't happen if Pokinoke hadn't a damn drop pod raided into my damn base. Buttholes. That's why there are on site. And I think that's all for that one. We got Docs and Imps. We got where we're just chatting upstream. This is where I debate on whether or not we got pants on everybody. And this is episode Othello, where we add Iago and Amelia and send them on their first and last journey. And this is last night's episode, where we're just kind of cruising. We're getting everything set and ready. I really wanted to do something more with that Japanese inspired fishing area, but right now I don't have what I would like, so I'm just gonna hold out for the right kind of art. We did give our aggro hand in this area something to do. I think we make a little tree farm for them to play in. Because right now, the only thing I have planted are the fruit trees, and that's going to take a while for them to grow and harvest, if not years. And this is where we're pulling the genie genes. And we're going to keep them alive just to pull those genes. But I'm not sure if he's going to lose leg privileges or not. I think that's Sanders. We did pull, and we've got 2 prime cores ready. One is being turned into a Diabolos as we speak, and the other one is meant for a fabricator for Thrumbo. We're going to put them on doing just medicine. Just medicine, just what they can reach in that one room. Yeah, that was Saunders. We took a look at in our ideology. We did decide finally that we're going to add a social party. It's just called Saidina's Jubilee, or Jubilee of Saidina. So I've got to make a party room. I mean, Wicked has the whole temple. Cece's got a whole like outside area. I want a party spot too, because it's a social thing, so it needs to be like a big social hall. So we'll figure out what we're going to do with that. This is also the episode where I figure out whether or not we're going to start the ship launch. So we have almost all of it researched already. But I do want like a shipyard. And here's where we're pounding it out. We got 32 squares. So if we put a wall around it, it'll be 31 by 31. Put a double wall around it, it'll be 29 by 29, because you can't count the edges for those. And that's where we're trying to count to see if there's enough space between there to get to the other ridge. And I think we have about 10 blocks to spare. We'll have to travel a little bit on that island to get there, but it shouldn't take no more than a day. Shouldn't take long enough for us to not be able to have far skip available, because we'll far skip back to our base. The base will already be set up with a place to eat, sleep, and meditate, because that's what I've got Amelia and Iago going and doing. I get it. You know, maybe naming my very first colonist of my new secondary base against for people who betray other people may not have been the smartest idea I've ever had, but let's hope that they go to my will and not the will of their namesakes. One can hope and dream. One can hope and dream. So what we did last night is that we outlined the Drunken Fret in black, and it looks so good. It looks so good. I do want to darken up a couple other areas. I want to get those other bedrooms. I think I want to do like a fishnet pattern. So I'm going to go and look up fishnet patterns now. We're going to do floor art for our rocket ship launch. And I'm thinking, I don't know what I'm thinking. because I don't know if I can do a 30-bit pixel enterprise, but if I can get like a 30-bit, a 30 by 30-bit enterprise on there, oh baby. Or Jean-Luc and Picard in it, baby. And that's where we added one more festival. That's the last festival we need. That's the festival that happens in April, May. And it's on our Founders Day. So it's the 12th of April, May every year. We'll have a big social lunch or dinner. And that's just where everybody's going to talk and chat and get to know each other and just be us. This is where I'm trying to look forward to disable the planet killer. I want to disable that, and I will be doing that. Also moving forward to make sure that this series does not last 6 fucking years. Well, I think we are going to try to install one more mod that allows us to go up to 6 times speed. But I will have to test it. Good news, I don't stream Rimworld again, guys, until Tuesday. We're supposed to have a Cataclysm Sunday if the boy is off of work. But tomorrow is my lazy day. I want to have lunch with my mom, dinner with a friend, and we're going to go on a boat cruise. But this, I don't know if I want this here. That's the only thing about it. I may use a lot of our backup steel and everything. Pull our vendor metrics, and the area that's up top where our animatry is, I may go ahead and just encircle all of that and start getting that drained. And there goes my voice. Yeah, 6 hours and 30 minutes. That's about right. My voice should be cracking by about now. And here I loaded everybody up and we're going there. And here's where we do a proper neuroquake. So this is what a proper one looks like. We pop it, demon goes down, but everybody else mucks up. But they have to be outside for it to count. So we did have to do a little bit of cleanup here. But not a whole bunch. We did capture us some more people, and we're absolutely going to be starting ripping genes out of everybody, which means that we need to have another building. We need to have another gene ripper. We need to have, like, I'm thinking of making another building. Like, I'm super excited, you know. So we'll have to see. Maybe that's what the tropical base does. Maybe they handle all of our prisoners. Maybe we far skip down with our prisoners, have them locked up, and have their genes just cycled on a schedule. And then maybe that's where we make our xenogerms. They'd be supplied by home base. We wouldn't have to have anything outside. We'd dig all the way into the base. Get us a couple of little rooms way in the back, because I picked a mountain tile, baby. If I didn't, I'm going to. Have like multiple doors. But I don't think I want our ship launch there. I know it's going to be a pain in the ass to have it up top, but I think that's where I want it. Because we're not enabling the ship up there. We're putting the core down here. Where this square is, somewhere in here we're putting the core. I don't want it inside of my base because I'll try to break into my base, but I will, like, 4 wall it or 5 wall it, and then we'll worry about defending it there. I may put it right, but I may actually put it right where I'm planning on having our marriage spot, so that way there's only one path that they can come and bust it open. But our actual ship build platform, I do think I want it in that far right hand corner, which means that I have to get that water drained. I could totally do that. I could totes do that. I'm so looking forward to it. There's so much left to do. And that's the wonderful thing about this 100-year colony is that I've got time. I've got another 70. That's 90. I've got another 79 years in this world. If I can do this in 30, imagine what I can have created by 100. I'm excited about it. I am so excited about it. So maybe we'll look back and we'll go, oh, this is amateur day. And I would be supremely happy. Do I have a good... I'll put that on speed 1. A little bit lower speed. Let's see if we can get a good full bore picture. I'm trying to get... Nope. That's because we had a raid on that episode. Also, that is not what I wanted to hear with that. Whoops. Sorry, censors. That auto played in the background. I had nothing to do with it. But I believe that is it for our retrospective. That is everything. So if we go back and we look, this right here is where it all started. Come on. Give me my map. This is our original tile. This is it. And this is all there is to it. Just one little lonesome dot out in the wilderness. Mountains everywhere, water everywhere, everything everywhere. And this is where we're at. Right here. That is awesome and amazing and wonderful. And on that note, we're going to say goodnight. I will see ya all hopefully Sunday night. I've got to get in touch with my players. If not, I will see you absolutely Thursday afternoon for our regular streaming time. Regular streaming channel. I love every single one of y'all. Thank you so much for coming in and hanging out with me and just watching our colony grow. It'll grow more. It'll be better. It's going to be amazing. I love y'all, and I'll see ya later. Bye, GK. You guys have a wonderful, wonderful, great night. I'm out.